You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever. Maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Welcome everyone to the 100th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, February 11th, 2016. And we've gone through 100 of these Knowledge Seekers Workshops now. I think that's quite a milestone. Every week, we haven't missed a week. Mr. Keshe has never missed a week. And including all holidays of any, all religious groups of the world, probably. We've broadcast religiously on that Thursday time. And I think that's quite amazing in itself, and it's a wonderful feeling to be part of all that. And I'm so happy for the progress we've made. It's just incredible in that. That's a good point, Vince. And of course, to thank Mr. Kesh for hanging in there with us through all this time with all our crazy questions and annoying things that we do and so on. And he's been there for us the whole time. So let's continue on to see what Mr. Kesh has in mind for today, and see how special today's workshop is, as each of them are. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kesh.
Hi, Rick. Good morning, as usual. Good day, whenever and wherever you listen to these teachings. I should say we thank you for being there and encouraging the development of the technology. And this centenary teaching might bring new surprises. Maybe in so many ways we introduce something which will surprise some of you and will add to the knowledge, and what you teach us we gain from your knowledge. In so many ways we've done it together. The initiator was Rick. Shall we do one teaching and then the first 4 are missing somewhere in our teachings? In fact, this is I think 104 or 105th teaching we've done with Rick. And in so many ways we have changed the course of humanity. We see developments, we see movement in every direction, where 1 or 2 people, 10 or 20 people has become now a multi-million force. And in so many ways we are teaching each other, we are learning from each other. We have become the new race that knowledge is not asset, knowledge is in fact unification unit, which means unifies us. We share knowledge. We've broken with the tradition of thousands and hundreds of years that we kept the knowledge to ourselves, that we could use it to earn something out of it maybe down the line. I think the humanity has matured in past 100 teachings, that the more you share, the more you learn, the more comfort you bring in. We've seen people from all backgrounds, Africans, Chinese, Europeans, South Americans, we've seen people from Russia, we've seen people from different backgrounds, have been instrumental in bringing the technology to where it is. As I always say, it's not one man anymore, it's one race, one nation. So we'll see where we go. Hopefully we'll be here for another 100 teachings that will take us into more or less triple or 3 years or so on. We'll see what happens. We'll see, we'll learn more, and if we can bring everything in.
Mr. Kesh, I'd like to also just announce by coincidence that this week is the Keshe Foundation Canada is now incorporated. So that's a big announcement as well that coincides with this workshop. So I think that's a great way to start off whatever is beyond 100.
We have that's actually I should say thank you, Rick, for setting it up and doing it, persisting on getting it done. Now this week, next week, we will announce a large number of Keshe Foundations have been released to be organized. And a large number of Keshe Foundations manufacturing will be assigned to this week. So we go into the full production and setting up the Keshe Foundations around the world. Hopefully our security people will finish this by tomorrow, that we can start signing the documents that they releases all the work we need to do. This structure is very different than a lot of people would like it to be, because they're used to it, but in a way it's the way it's going to be from now on. We will bring the whole situation of manufacturing and work of the foundation together, that one becomes the arm of the other. And in so many ways, we will change a lot of things for the members of the foundation around the world that they can be benefited by it directly. At this moment, the main focus is the establishment of what we call Universal Community Council, that we can go into the step because we know where our future sits. The meeting we have organized in Dubai is now getting a full structure set for it. The way we have announced it now, the Keshe Foundation meeting on 21st is added to a second day. It's going to be a 2 days event. And as we see responses and collaborations in different directions, it has become and it'll be extended to the following way. We will start the meeting on 21st, around about 10 o'clock in the morning with the breakfast all together. And we don't go into a meeting for people to sit and talk and listen. We go into the meeting that we share and we get to know each other to become one family. We open specific sections where we invite you to bring everything you have developed. Everything you want to show, bring it. Systems, medical systems, flight systems, energy systems, systems you think it doesn't work but it can enlighten somebody else. So in the morning, we want to share to become one family. When you haven't met for a long time, you don't just go and sit on the table to eat. You share, you talk, you socialize. So we allow this to happen until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That people understand what they will commit themselves when they become the member of the council. The main background to the everything is share of the technology, share of the knowledge. So whatever you learn, you want to do anything, you want to show anything, bring it with you. We try to give you a platform. We try to make it in a way that we stand next to each other and we share knowledge and we teach each other. If you have materials you want to show, bring with you. But let us know in the background, in the organizing committee, that you might need a table. We see what we can do. We can do it on the floor, we can do it on wherever we can accommodate you. So the first section is for us to know each other. Doesn't matter how many will come, but it's good to share knowledge. Manufacturers, if you want to join us, join us. The Keshe Foundations want to join us, join us. We have made a policy at this moment, we'll stick to it, we see where it is. We will not broadcast the meeting and we will not go live of any part of the meeting to where we stand at the moment. So it will not be public meeting as far as we see, but the Thursday morning teachings will be broadcasted as normal. We try to join, and others, if they want, they can listen through it. Interesting enough, the whole structure is to share the knowledge and the same understanding, to come together to know if we are mature enough to go through the process to be ourselves a member, part of the structure. We do not disclose how we set out the structure till the day you are here. And then that will give us a very good chance to be able to start the session. At 5 o'clock we start the session. We'll go on till whenever is needed. And then we start the second session on Thursday morning, where we go through understanding of what and what is the plan, what we've got to do, and how we change the course of the humanity in a correct way. And we go ahead with allowing people who want to, and we choose to be part of, to become the members of the council. Then in the evening we have organized a gala, which means we'll get together to celebrate the beginning of a new generation of humanity. We'll see what it can be done. There are a lot of restrictions and a lot of things moving on, but if you are coming, please book in as soon as you can. We are trying to negotiate with Emirates Airline to see if we can get a 2,000-3,000 package ticket that we can fix, that you do not have to pay too much. But this is very, very unlikely. But we have started talking, see if we can do it. To do it such a fast way, they're not used to it. So in so many ways, get a package system to come. It works out very cheap. But the packages, the holidays will be here. You need the airline package. The whole structure is that the first 500 single bedded rooms will be allocated to Atlantis Hotel. This, the 500 euro, is for 2 days, for the 21st and 22nd breakfast included. With it, the package has the tea breaks and the lunch included. It's another 150 euro, 75 euro per day for each one. And then we have organized the gala system, which is for gala, we have put a rate there for 150 euro. This will be in the gardens of the Atlantis and in the restaurants of Atlantis. We have come to further negotiation in the past few days with hotels, that people who've been writing to us or asking they want to come with their wives, they want to book a single room for 2 people. This can only be done at the rate of 100 and, what do you call it, 750 euro per person. Because it locks up certain way, and the way the hotel does their calculation, that's what we have to ask for. So for those who come in as a couple and they want one single room, single bed, is about 1,500 euro. This is how the structure is set for 3 days. This gives you the entrance, or what we call the to attend all the conference sessions. Those of you who live or have friends in Dubai and you stay with them, or in the Emirates you want to attend, the first day has been put at 250 euro. That's including again your lunch and the tea breaks, and will include your entry. The other day, if you want to join the second day, it's been put totally at 400 euro. So because you don't have the entry, it's just including the lunch and the cost of the running. We are trying to organize for the gala music band and other things as is normal for such an event, but we have to see how we get the facilities within the hotel arranged. When we pass the 1,000 room capacity, which the first 500 is 500 euro per person, after 500 it'll go to 750 per person. This is how it's structured by the hotel, and it still is about the third of the normal price to stay in such an organization. With this, the ones who will stay will have facility to use the most beautiful water, garden, sports in the hotel, which means includes the famous Atlantis water park facilities are open for use. That on its own is something around about 70-80 euro per day. So you get that on top of it. On the other hand, if you stay outside the hotel, we pass the numbers we estimate, you'll be staying outside. It only includes the breakfast and the lunch. You still have to go through the same process as 700 and, what do you call it, 750 euro. But with that, you don't have access to the park facilities and the water facilities, the sports center. The interesting point is that we have the opportunity, as we mentioned, to have the first 900 seats in the main auditorium to those who allocate in the first 500 rooms. Then we have extension of the 300 room, 300 seater facilities, another ball in the building, which is connected by a screen. And then if we pass the number of 1300, 1400, we transfer the additional people will go into the, what we call the marquee of the hotel, which is just across the water park, about 20, what we call 100 meter away, but there still will be live screen. The point is, we will not sit in one place. We'll be walking across each room. So it's not that you miss something, because this is a collective. We are separate continents, but we work together. And in that way, we do the same. It's not that I'll be staying in the main room, or some of you who had everything will stay in one room. We walk from one room to another. Well, because it's all within matter of a minute, just literally minutes and seconds from each other. But we organized the first session in the 900 seater to 1000 seater inside in the ballroom, then the 300, and then addition will go into the marquee. If we pass a limit, which is we don't expect to reach that limit, there are facilities within the Palm to accommodate further facilities, further organization. Literally, hotels around the Palm are getting together to see this function through. And number of them are collaborating because they understood and understand the significance of it. We got to be aware of one thing. We are here to change the condition through understanding of the technology and not by word. So the reason we allowed the Thursday morning to go through the way it is, we go around live on desks, on teachings. You can show your system, you can explain your thoughts. People can see that what is comes and what is developed live. So we go in so many ways live teaching on Thursday during what we need to do as a part of the teaching. So we'll see how it joins up and how it will be done. We expect the number possible of prominent people internationally and world leaders to be present. If they decline the invitation, it's due to political pressure. As you have seen in some of the things which has been released, there has been a heavy pressure from NATO and EU for the technology to be subsided, but has not worked. And they see it as us moving to Middle East as a breakup and rapid development of the technology which they wanted to silence. We are not in competition with no one. We are here to change the course for us as human race. And that's what is important. We are not challenging no one. We are putting on the table the new and most probably the only alternative in changing the course which has gone so much wrong that it needs a total overhaul by the people themselves who created the condition. So the one planet, one nation, one race, Universal Council meeting will bring man into becoming one, that we can do the work at the end together as one planet. We are setting up, and we just realized yesterday by accident, totally accident, how tight the security is and will be around us. We just walked into a situation where the securities were not expecting, and it came on the surface. This security is extremely tight. It's tighter than Europe for us. In so many ways, we start a change. Please book your seats as fast as or as early as you can do, because you cannot say, I wanted to be there and I ended up somewhere else. I wanted this price, now it's gone up. Be very clear. We set everything out from beginning, outset. We will not subsidize anyone, and we will not bring anybody in just because they are part of the foundation. Everybody stands on their own feet, and they will be brought into the condition that they can deliver the whole, what I call the conference. As I said, we rely on the totality of the Keshe Foundation worldwide to bring the new council in. We invite the Chinese community to have their representatives here, or not the representatives, Chinese who want to be here. Don't send representatives that will be standing for the Chinese. Those of you from any culture, race and background who you think you will be stand the challenge of Thursday and a Friday morning, come in. We have to elect ourselves to be correct with ourselves. We have to select that we are not the cause of another cycle of mayhem for humanity. This time up to now, the mayhem has been with the man. If we get the council wrong, the mayhem will speed and extend into the space. And we cannot do that. I've been asked to explain one thing. Why have we chosen the time? Because it is the time. Because it's the time for man to mature, and in so many ways we shall see how we will mature and how the maturity of us matures the others. We'll see what happens and what will come. So if you are planning to come, please do, because after a point we have to put a stop due to the numbers which are coming in. We will start promoting and advertising across the world in different shows and different presentations to invite people. You do not need to be a member of the Keshe Foundation or ever heard of the Keshe Foundation. But if you want to explore the possibility of bringing peace to man on the basis of the new science and on the basis of changing the course, that's what it is for. We invite the humanity to this conference, not only the Keshe Foundation followers. You want to go on the shows to promote it, start doing it. You want to go to teachings and promote the conference, do it, because that's the only chance we get now to do and bring the change. And in so many ways, from what we've seen, I explained, a number of young rural families are joining the foundation network because they want to see the change for their nations. We've seen a number of princes who have approached the Keshe Foundation in different ways, making the tentative links. We've seen a number of highly influential diplomat politicians who have contacted me in different ways of knowing people we know that they would like to be part of it. They are not ashamed to be part of it because now they understand the changes that we done. In the meeting, we say understand all as we are and not we are politicians or world leaders or whatever. The other point which has been important and we emphasized on the teaching of last time, I've been asked to explain more about what we see with the situation we see with the earthquakes around the world. Our situation and position stands the same, but we see more scientific or more events which supports the correctness of the what we have said there is a possibility to happen. In the past few days, we've seen high activities of volcanic eruption, which is a pre-sign of earthquake has started on the fire ring. Rick, you have a list or link which you can share with us.
Yes, here, just a second.
This is what is released on the internet, so we're just showing what it is and what has been broadcasted. It is on the Strange Sounds. That's what it says. It's a dramatic increase in volcanic eruptions around the world in February 2006, and nobody knows why. We know the continents are spreading. Would you like to read it, please?
Okay. Like you say, dramatic increase in volcanic eruptions around the world in February 2016. Nobody knows why. We are currently experiencing a dramatic increase. And what is going on with all these volcanoes erupting? Are we going to see a big quake hitting somewhere? Things are starting to reach excessive levels. Goes on to show the different days from February 10th down to February 7th, with on different parts of the world, from Japan, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Indonesia. And the last one was showing here February 10th in Japan, third day of volcanic tremors at Japan's Kirishima. JMA warns of catastrophic eruption. And you can see on the map there's lots of action around the world. And you see what else they have here. There's more on the history of these various volcanoes and eruptions: Guatemala, Peru, Japan, Antarctica, Mexico, India, Mexico, Russia. And there's even an earthquake.
That's enough. Don't go any lower because that's not part of ours. Go back up, please. That is part of the Facebook job.
There's another one I can show here too of Chile, I believe.
You see, if you just go up on the picture up, please. Just let's see the picture with all the red dots on it. Can you go up? Just go down, whatever you call it. Yeah. If you look, most of the red dots eruption sits on exactly around the area of Panama. The separation point between the north and south. If you look at it, it's fully red literally there. This is the place where the main eruption will come, and this is where we expect between 12 to 20 what I call Richter scale of the earthquake.
And that leads into the next article here that I've been.
No, just wait. Let's explain scientifically. Okay. Just looking at the picture.
Sure.
If you look right across the maximum reds to the other side, where you see part of the Australian North, all the islands, you see the red lines. Yeah, so if you look right across on the same line, you see the eruptions on the other side is the same. So this is a full continental move on the same level. I don't have access. If I can get to, where is, can I have the mouse please? Can I have that mouse please? And the pad. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, then you understand. The eruption is imminent. The earthquake we predicted is imminent. It's just how it's going to take shape. I'm going to take this and go to Annette. I'm going to take line here. If you look here, I'm just showing you. If you look here and look across right, you see here.
Just a second, Mr. Keshe. You're gonna. Yeah, I had my other picture in the way. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So what you see is the same line of moving, and you see the same line of motion here. All the volcanic eruption sits here. And this is imminent move of the continents. The pressure is even on this side, the move is coming in, and you will see, we expect the earthquake, roughly we can give you even at the time. Because the snap will come and we see exactly what we predicted. All the earthquakes will sit, the majority of it, 100% sure, in a coming time in this area. It is important. This is the area which is going to happen. I better choose a different color that it can be seen.
I've got a better picture, Mr. Keshe, if you want.
Okay, can you go,
Let's
please?
do that.
I was even told today that the... Can you open it up, please? I see some of it. I want the world plan, not part of it. because I want to show you something. We need to see the other side. Okay. Yeah. You see exactly. Open it up. Open it up. No, close it. It's too big. Okay. Now what you see is no. Go back. It was almost exactly. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. You see, it is exactly what we talk and what we see. The earthquakes are following the same pattern as we said. You see here, it's coming in. What color can we use? They use such a thing that we cannot use a color. We can show. Maybe this is the best one. Yeah. Here you see the push which come into Iran on this side. Maybe I can use this one. It'll be better. Yeah, this is the better one. Okay. We see the push, as we said, coming to Himalaya, and it'll come into Iran. The earthquake in Iran is imminent because the pressure force on this side will come in two ways. You see the line of volcanic eruption sits mainly on this line. Sits over here, which is a separation. Los Angeles will go down in a rapid way through the forces and at the same time what you call tsunamis. There will be a number of earthquakes and tsunamis on this line which will cover itself. This will feed back on the pressures, and as we see here, we've seen the earthquakes sitting on a pattern the way I showed last week. It will complete itself through this direction. Our advice is very direct to the national government, especially the United States government. Prepare yourself for a huge, huge earthquake. Now we see it. This is not our data. This is exactly what it sits and is there. These numbers will add up in the coming days, in the coming weeks, and we see exactly the separation plate is there. Whole thing will move around here because this is going to go that way. As you can see, this will, if I can clean it and I show you the other thing. This is yes, go back, go down back a bit, a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. That's it. Yep, perfect. That work. We are there. So what you will see is absolute clarity what we're going to get. This shows the pressure. It will move this way. The whole thing will move this way. And that's why we see the volcanic here. And on the same line here. And as we said, it's going to go through southern Europe, which covers here, and joins to the Iran, and the earthquakes here will be massive. Don't forget, the only connection underneath, which is not showing here, is Damavand in Iran. And this will happen very soon. We expect anything around 12 to 20 around this area. We expect something between 8 to 11 to 12 here. And in this area, we'll see massive tsunamis. This is total data. And the thing is, as we've seen it before, when the Chile side went, hit Japan with the tsunami days later, hours later. So we advise, this is our understanding, within a coming short time, we expect a huge losses. And you see it, what I said a couple of weeks ago, now you see it coming up, taking shape. And it's exactly where we said the separation of Panama. We will have ships in the Panama Canal which can't go forth or back. That side will close totally. Panama channels will close for a long time because the whole structure of Panama Canal will collapse. If you are a shippers, stop using this line. This is a very crucial point that will stop. You lose a lot of ships on this channel. And we go back to the olden days, we go around the coast. I have to put this out because yeah, because the economy of the world are collapsing. There is hardly any trade. At this moment of time, the only trade which is flourishing heavily is arms, and it's only shipped from here to here in North Africa, there. The only massive movement which is done by the military boats is in this area for what they're preparing to start a war here. The Americans, US dollar is not acceptable for exchange, and Chinese are not accepting the promissory notes anymore. So what is happening in reality is Vatican is buying all the promissory notes on the flag of the Belgian government for the Americans just to keep them floating. If you go on the exchange market, if you go on the paper promissory notes, all the American promissory notes which are bought by the Chinese over long term, now is bought through Belgian government, for the American government. It was totally financed by the money from Vatican to support it. It's a false support, because the money comes back in again, just shows the papers are selling and the false economy is established. All the latest papers bought in the exchange market is bought through the government of Belgium for the Americans, which is financed through the back, through Vatican. We explained why Pope travels into these regions quite often. One is in South America, which is a highly Christians. One into part of Christian side of the Africa, where is all the diamond business, and into Philippines and the rest. Because every time Pope, His Excellency travels, there is one diplomatic plane and 6, 7, sometimes 10 cargo planes carrying all the goals back to Vatican. It's a very big lucrative business for the name of God. If you ever see Pope lands, go to your airport and watch how many cargo planes are landing and sitting there. All gets filled up with all your golds and jewelries, and it goes to the Vatican. You pay it to God, and God takes it home. And then they finance for the use of it in so many ways. There is somebody, I had to explain, this is a diplomatic meeting very recently, why the last Pope resigned. The last Pope resigned because he transferred most of the assets of the Vatican into the Central Bank of Europe to support Ireland, Portugal, and Greece from bankruptcy, because the central bank wanted a cash guarantee. And the last Pope moved most of the money from Vatican into Central Bank of Bonn to support it, and the Vatican people who collected this money for years didn't like it. That's why he resigned. For the movement of the money, and all the powers of the new Vatican Pope is taken off him. He cannot do this anymore. And that's why there's a huge war going on inside Vatican. The ones who want to control and they don't. So now you understand why Pope is gone, because he literally emptied the votes into the hand of the Rothschilds and the Illuminatis, directly into Central Bank of Bonn, because the guarantee is given to the Catholic nations. Don't forget, EU is a Catholic council. What had to be guaranteed by the boss, and he guaranteed it, that the economy does not collapse in Europe. So that's why they wouldn't kill him, but they made him to resign. As usual, it was the first time ever Pope resigned. We go back into understanding of what is happening here, and in so many ways, this is going to be the big point. It's not that like a piece of paper, it crack open. It just nudges open, and every nudge here is the last nudge, will pressurize this part, and in that case, pushes pressure tsunamis. Expect huge losses in Philippines, Indonesia, Jakarta area, and the rest. Because you could get hit by earthquakes and the tsunami at the same time. It's a double whammy. You will be whacked very hard. the coast of Africa here will see huge rises in water. Countries like here, a tiny country like called Gambia will suffer heavily. The total width of the country is about 37, 36 miles. And the river goes right through it, sits right in the middle of Senegal. We see problems in Nigeria. We see most of the hit in the southern coast of Italy, what do you call it, Spain, France, and England. Because the waters will go, the nudges will push that way too, but the most of the damage will come this way. The pressures will take, as I said, right across. Iran will get hit and the circle will complete. This has to move, that this part has to move, that this part can move. And now this has been unleashed. That's why you see all the volcanic eruptions on the same line. Any questions? Because we're going to stop with this. A lot of people are getting worried about it, but we see it, we report it, we said it's going to be what it is, and you see it now it's getting reported internationally.
Mr. Keshe, what about Indonesia?
All the same.
Imminent.
All the same. We will see the part of the tsunami will hit back. The extent of it is, at this moment of time, whatever doesn't hit Africa on this side, as we saw with the last time, the huge disaster in, what do you call it, in, I think 2005, it came and literally hit Africa on this side. We're going to see the same thing, but East Africa will have a big whack. If this not go, we're going to get a bigger whack here. Indian subcontinent will be flooded mainly on this part. There is no country which is on the international waters will not be damaged. It's impossibilities. It's a huge move. This will be over next 23, 23, 10, 20 years. It'll be happening gradual, but it will become more rapid and rapid. It's not that this thing is going to fly off. It just nudges, and every nudge opens more and more. We see the establishment of the huge number of huge islands in this area and in this area. New nations will be developed, if you call them nations. Any other question? I still put my losses. I still, and as I said before, I give a very clear indication. The losses here sits about 20 million, easy. The losses in this area, Gulf of Mexico, will sit very, very easy around then 10 to 30 million. And we expect something like 10 million in Iran on its own. And then there will be another 40, 50 million losses in this part altogether. Humanity cannot handle such a big disaster. We'll watch it. The biggest. Just be ready that we're going to announce most probably today the discovery which is done in the Innovation Center by a brilliant man who is part of the structure, where he saw something else and he's been developing a lot of things with us. And Bernie will explain to you. We might have, we think we have, we want you to try it. We have found a way to create generational power. We think, I'll explain you scientifically, and then he will explain to you how to make it. We think we have broken into generation than being a power supply. It's so fresh, we were just even talking about it before we come online. It was, we discussed it with Bernie, and the decision is we go ahead with it, because if we make even a mistake, but we don't think we made a mistake because it's something scientifically, I can explain it. We saw it, but now we can explain it. That allows you to generate power at any point. This piece was missing. So if you are right and you can confirm it or find a way what we say is correct in the coming days, we have got into power generation. The Maghreb systems will become generators, but it's so fresh that we don't even get to the factory to test it, because it needs to be done in the time of crisis like this. And we share knowledge freely. The minute we know, we teach you what to do. I go through it step by step this morning. It's literally this morning is part of the what we call blueprint. Add this section to the blueprint because it's very, very, very important. Yes. Are there any questions? You see, if you look, the volcanic eruption here is right along the line. Even in Africa, we see the opening. It's an environment there, which is the whole continent is adjusting itself to. It's imminent.
Yes.
I just don't want to say as a scaremongering, but the whole process imminent, and the biggest loss will come in Europe. You will see the explanation very soon.
Someone is asking in the live stream, what part of Iran?
Tehran will be wiped out. Even in Iran circles at the moment that they are seeing it, they are measuring things that they are aware that this thing could happen. In Iran, we have, Tehran is built on the south side of what we call Damavand, which is one of the biggest. It's here, sits more or less here. This is the area of Damavand. If you look at it on the Caspian Sea, Tehran sits here. You keep on moving it. When you stop moving it, then I draw it. This is Tehran sits here and Damavand is here. And Tehran is made to build on an accordion basis. So the buildings are on top of each other, they just collapse. That's why we moved here. It feels safe where we are in this area. Because the tsunamis will not reach that much damage. At the same time, the earthquakes are too far to do. But if you look, there is a very, very clear, it will go right through here. We see in the position in what do you call it, Italy, and it goes down. I warned, now we see the data, earthquakes, and they're becoming out of control because the whole continent is moving, opening the boxes, and the lava will come right through. The biggest problem will be places like Mexico City, which are sitting on the marshland, on the quickland as they call it. Do you want to reduce it, please? Any questions? I advise there is no place at this moment in the next 10, 20 years which we can call safe. Because you got to realize Europe has no food for itself. Europe cannot feed its nations in nationalities or nationals. There is not enough food farming land. The most of the burden of saving humanity for food will go back into the hand of the Russia and China. All the farming lands in Texas and the rest are running out of water. They will come whatever they can support. So it's important. We don't know. At the moment is this line which is going. It's quite a line. It's just this point is trying to break up. This is our problem. These continents are separating. Yeah, because it's now is opening. It will open very rapidly. And once they open, all these will go up. We'll see volcanic eruption like a firework. The possibility of the air pollution is very high. Very, very high. Very high. The biggest problem sits here with the number of nuclear reactors sitting here. That's our main concern. Yes, that's what you do in space. There are no sunlights in the space. We travel in dark spaces. This is the job of the Keshe Foundation supporters. Start building. Build as many as you can that you might need it yourself or the others. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go into this section of the, what I call the energy power supply. And this energy power supply will have a direct effect on what we thought how to make your systems to fly. You will understand when we explain it. Those of you who are in the pattern of making the system, flying system, this knowledge today, if you understand it, will help you a lot to achieve it much faster. The process is, no one, this is what I tell you from the beginning, no one ever blames no one. Do not blame why I did not go, why didn't I move. We have to accept the reality and through the strength of our soul to live with it. Nobody can blame no one. I could have moved. I could have moved my family. I could have moved myself. This is the course of humanity. We have to accept it. But as a Keshe Foundation, one race, one family, we have to be ready that when our family damage, we are there to give unconditionally. And that's why we are pushing so fast with the conference. This is the reason why we are pushing it in such a short notice. We could have arranged it for next October or next September and give a good time to get, is not time for it. There is not that much time. And all the earthquakes, all the volcanoes are all happening. We've seen with Chile. We had another one yesterday or the day before. It sits here because this chap is moving. I still keep my estimates 100 million losses minimum, maybe more.
Mr. Keshe, there's a question in the live stream which is brings up an interesting idea, which is let me just get it. Keeps jumping around here on the. Basically, they're talking about if you have 3 MagGrav units and place the Earth in the middle and send energy to the Earth to stabilize it, like you might do with a human, do to any human. Is that a way that we might be able to alter the path of the Earth, let's say, or the?
No, it is impossible. This is part of the course of the evolution of the planet. It's a live thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we sit on it doesn't mean it's just a bigger camel or a bigger horse we're sitting on. It's got its own life, it has its own process, it has its own structure. If you look at the structure of a planet, it looks like a bird. A lot of you haven't noticed. If you look at the whole planet, Africa and South America is like the 2 legs. It's just like a dinosaur, it's just like a bird. It's got elongated. So it has its own life. And it's working the way it knows, and we cannot change it. We wish it because we will be safe with it. If you were born 100 years ago, we wouldn't see it. We are here. It's time for us to see the evolution of the change of the separation. There's no choice. There is absolutely no choice. When you sit and look at this picture in front of you, which is building up, you look at the volcanic eruptions in past 12 months and you compare it in past more or less 10 days, it tells you a lot. Any other question? This is not to create doom and gloom, it's just stating the fact the way I say it, and in past 15 years predicting these things, I've never been wrong, even by timing.
Well, different people are, of course, asking about various areas, whether they have a month in California or not, and
California won't be there. That's the end, that's for sure. The way you know California.
But they're asking, they want to help their family there. Is it weeks or years away? Was one question.
I go more with days, sometimes depending what you call the days.
Yeah, boy.
There is not enough. The problem is when these things go off. We've seen it with Mount Etna in south of Italy. The whole aerospace come to a standstill, come to a halt because there's so much volcanic. No flight can take place.
Hmm.
And on the other hand, that's why we're trying to push you to produce these maglev systems to fly, because there is the only way you can get them, reach unless you're on a camel or a donkey. What I call air traffic will come to a halt for months, most probably. So that's what we said. People will see each other. How much satellite will be damaged, blocked out? Possibly very little. But in so many ways, we cannot reach each other. It becomes impossibility. And
Yes,
if
there was a volcano that erupted nearby me, I think 20 years ago or so, Mount St. Helens, and
yeah.
it put out so much ash that people had to keep replacing the air filters on their cars because they would stall out from clogging up, and they ran out of air filters, so people couldn't drive, and so on. And the things you don't consider normally in that aftermath of that situation.
I was in Sicily a couple of years ago. We were invited by the Keshe Foundation, Sicily people, Italians who were with us, they know. We went to the island. We were there for 2 days. We were their guests, and we checked in at the airport. And just before we board, they said, "Sorry, Mount Etna start spewing." And I said to my son, "We gotta find a way out, because if he goes, there is nothing to go out with. The trains will not go, the boats will not go." We asked for if we could get a helicopter. No, even the police does not fly. It's total grounded. And I said to my son, if it's your time, your time. You can't do anything because we can't even get out of this island. Because nothing will fly. Nothing will move. You have to understand the repetition of this thing going on. It's just, it's so repetitive, it just carries on. You get hit from one volcanic eruption to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. We see it. Sorry about this. It's our time. I'm at much risk as the whole lot of you, but it's the reality. If it comes, we still keep communications going. When it happens, we still run a SOS through the Keshe Foundation. But this is what we see. This is my personal opinion, and what I predicted even 2 weeks ago. Now we see it's coming in. I'm usually good in guessing it, but the knowledge I have. But you got to understand, we have the message from a different direction. You see?
Well, there's a comment in the chat that's sort of pertinent. Peter says, we can't do anything regarding to earthquakes, but we can build magravs and interacting systems. So please teach us that.
And this is what you are doing, this is what the teams are doing. The teaching is going on around the clock, around the world.
So, yeah, right. He does have a question. What is the purpose of the changed direction of the plasma flow within the coils? Maybe only for the health system. Does this also apply for the magravs now or in the future, and so on?
Yes, it does. Depends what you can do. It doesn't change much if you go positive or negative. We try to explain a lot of things today on the teaching side, but this is important that we had to explain this. By the way, I've just received a note. Happy birthday, Renan. It's his birthday today, apparently.
Thank you, sir.
Have one wonderful day with your family. The problem is how we can limit this. There is no limitation. My biggest concern is here. Because if this collapses, the economy of the world will collapse. American will not have no credibility. I think there will be no credibility because they lose the biggest industrial section of theirs. As I said to the other teaching, US should start withdrawing all its military from all over the world to get ready for this. We don't have enough to support. I know I'm going to get another whack from President Obama, give me another, what do you call it, presidential decree. But we had 2 of it from him. So as he's listening, your Excellency, make a move for your nation. I know you're a listener. Any other question? You know, this morning I was walking into the lunch, just watched the breakfast, sorry. Just, it was a news flash. They are spending billions and billions to be re-elected, to rob more in America. I think that money should go towards this movement. I wonder if people care who's the leader when the earthquake comes. Anything else? Any other question?
One person's concerned about making water when the earthquake happens, so they're asking how to produce the water technology.
You will learn in the coming time. We'll start teaching you heavily.
Okay.
We'll start teaching you heavily in these things. Okay, what we're going to do? We're going to go on what I call the teaching part. Is important, we think, and we go through it. As we always teach, so this is important. Please make this one as part of the blueprint section. I think I can use this one. Do you see my board or not?
See the browser desktop there, and now we see your board. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We go back into the teachings. We go back to the beginning of teachings. We go back to about a year ago teaching. Bernie, are you in the background?
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, so when I go to it, you can add to it. What we did, and we went through it last Tuesday, please go back on the public teaching of Tuesday. Caroline, it's back again. Go on the teaching of the Tuesday and listen to what we explained about how to make lift, how to start producing, to create lift in your reactors. On the Tuesday teaching, we explained that if you have a coil, 2 coils in this shape, and you have placed a core inside it, if you allow in your core something like 80% of GaNs, most probably you try your CH3 or CO2, and then the other 20% try to add up hydrogen, making sure that your system on the coils carry at least CuO2. At least you can go for a heavier, the heavier you go, you better. And then what we recommend to you is to add, to create a full resolution of motion into your coil as a mass of GaNs of lead in the base. This GaNs will not move up, but the CH3 and CO2 will move up. The reason for the GaNs at this point is that in the trials has been done, and in the tests we see, and both on emotion wise, the GaNs of lead has what we call the sinking capability. Those of you who work in the world of electronics and computers, you understand what a sink is. It means that it attracts and absorbs and it holds on to. So you need the GaNs of lead here, where I put it in a different color that you can see, that in the North Pole, in the South Pole or South entry point, you create a pull that it creates motion in your fields. Very, very small amount of lead can help you. Not much, very, very tiny amount. This will create a pull where it creates a push from the system to feed itself. And that, in that process, you have a CuO2, which is a heavier. You have a light oxygen, hydrogen here in the center. And in the fields of the GANs trying to feed the weaker, the rotation of the GANs inside the tube will start. You have to program this very, very correctly when you're making a system. So you have made the dynamic rotating GANs without any motors. You might have to adjust your coil a little bit up and down to adjust the gravity. You might have to make your shape slightly different, but take your time. Don't expect you see it there and then. The pressure of what happens, you have the CO2 here, you have the GANs of, that's a CO2 here, you have the GANs of CO2 here, you have the GANs of the hydrogen here. This, due to the rotation of the GANs of CO2, it comes to the center. You will see flashing lights at the water point and the GANs point. Then you see a flashing light at the coil point. Then you see your plasma expanding, because every time the plasma goes out, it creates interaction with the fields, and the two different fields interacting create light. So you see 3 flashes. If you see 3 flashes, you should start seeing the motion. So this goes back, if you understood the 129 phenomena. The stronger trying to feed the weaker and putting pressure on the CO2, which is a gas, and it starts rotating. This is how planetary system works. As we explained, the cause of the rotation of even the sun is due to this effect partially. The heavier, stronger gravitational magnetic field of the galaxy, what you call the hydrogen plasma in the middle, or the plasma in the middle, in interacting creates the rotation of the planet. In a way, itself causes partially in that direction. What you needed was a point, the reason why we get the rotation. How does the system feeds here? Because in the plasma in the center, you have that heavy sinker, what we call as the principal matter, which goes in. In your reactors, you don't have that system. So you create it by a small amount of lead GANs. Even you can brush it underneath, internally or externally. I want you to be careful with the GANs of lead. Do not touch it, don't do anything with it, remotely handle it. Now, if you understood this, and then those of you who are making the flight system, I'll put this, save it. We call it flight system, whatever, it's okay. So you got to realize that in your star system you have this, and by putting a right sink in it, you will create the rotation. And if you add, by moving the sink, you can decide which one gets what strength. So this, you can dictate you very easily what to do. These are the people who are trying to make a flying system with a control you can control. If you can do it with your emotion, you can create the same thing. But this has a very important application. And the important application for it is this. In your coil system, in the stacker system, You connected yourself to electricity. And here you place the load. The load is a puller, is a sink. That's why, due to the difference of higher, you feed the lower. Now, if we take this out, and now we can use, we would like you to try it, please do. If you put, if I can make a circuitry this way. If you put your batteries, plasma batteries, plasma battery combination, you feed it into your stacker, and then you connect all your appliances, and here you add a sink. What does a sink do? In trying to pull, to bring the energy to itself, it feeds all your circuit. And then you have two choices. You can hold in the sink, or you can connect the end of the sink to the base end or gravitational end of your plasma. There is a discovery in the Innovation Center, and that is, if you did what we call the Alexis coils, which you fed one back, and one you went to the other one, this first section of your system behaves as a diode. For those of you who don't understand, Bernie will explain to you in more detail. So what it does is that it means you can dictate the direction of the flow of the power. So what you need to do, you need to put one of those first sections of what you use for the beads here, that you make sure that the flow is in that way and nothing goes back into your sink, that you create the rotation. Here you can use as a sink exact structure as a battery. With a capacitor on the end. The only thing you need to do, we think, you can check it, is to use the GaNs of lead. In trying the plasma, trying to feed it, it creates a circulation, and this is what we needed, was short, missing in the structure. So if you are correct, please all of you try and come back to us as fast as possible. Innovation Center is ahead of you. We'll have the result within the next couple of hours, most probably by today. This is what you need to do. Everything then is in the structure of the plasma. If you still put the coils in the middle with the GaNs, you increase the enhance the Putter process too. So this is two new elements which are adding into the blueprint to change from a power load to a generator. So those of you who can test it, we are testing it. Bernie will go in more detail because he's an expert in it. And interesting enough, all this has come in another person thinking it's nothing, but when you get experts like Bernie, we test. As you know, the Keshe Foundation Innovation has number of people around, and our friend in US, to him, as part of innovation, he produced LED, what do you call it, GaNs, and he didn't feel good because he was taking energy, and when he said, hang on, this is what we've been looking for, because now we'll be looking, and then we try to look at it. But if you look overall, in the present energy system, we push field forces in, But in a plasma technology, we have to encourage to draw out of. And that's where the change comes. And that's when we're talking with Vernie and the team, a couple of days ago, I explained this has to come here, because then you create the circulation. And with the annex beads, test your system. I'll give the floor to Vernie to explain to you first about the diet, and then next about the what we call lead GaNs to be used in the battery. Then you understand you can create, it'll take time, but it starts building up, and for the first time we release the design of a generator. It's for you to confirm how it works the way it is, then you can disconnect your system. But we have to build it up. This system has to be built up. This has an application, again, this LED, what do you call it, LED GaNs in the space technology, which the team of Ali is working for, which I told you, you need to create a dump. This is the dump LED from LED. But be very careful when you produce it. With the extreme caution it creates. I'll leave it. Vernie, are you there to come in and start teaching, please?
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Okay. Please start explaining the diode with a full drawing that you can draw, that people understand how they have to make it. And then go on explaining the, what do you call it, the LED construction, what we see it as a sink. And let's see where we go. I'll go silent and I'll leave it to you. I'll stop sharing.
Okay. Production of
we need your screen. You got to share with us.
Okay, I have to prepare first the writing tablet.
Okay. Do you want me to talk till you come?
Yes, I'll just come back in a few minutes. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Mr. Keshe, I have a question.
Pardon? Carry on.
Is there an alternative to lead? I mean, it's pretty dangerous.
We don't know. This is it's not dangerous. Lead, if it's done as a GaNs, you don't touch it. You don't create any vapor. There is a way to produce a GaNs without the vapor of lead, but you can use for the same kind of materials. Put it this way, I've been born around lead, played with it from a very young age, because of the style of life we had. In the X-ray machines, you have what we call a focuser. There's a thing that it puts to absorb any radiation which goes around. It's like a shouting tube, as we call it. You get in the races, they shout at it. They use such a thing in X-ray machines for not spreading the radiation. And these things have been around since childhood. But if you know how to handle it with a lot of caution, there's no danger. Lead poisoning comes out of carelessness. If you are very careful, you don't need much of it. And when he explains to you, even Douglas will explain to you, who started this, that it gives you a lot of emotional sinkage, draining from you emotionally. Because lead has a connection with the zinc.
There could be also, this is Ali, there could be also silver oxide. The number on the atomic of silver oxide and lead are very close. Silver oxide is about even 231 and lead is about...
Yeah, it's not a try it, why not? But it's not just by the numbers, it's the behavior you got.
Behavior.
It's the behavior which behaves that way.
Okay.
So lead has a special structure, Mr. Keshe. So isn't there something similar to the behavior and structure of lead? Similar to lead?
Yes, there are. But there are some synthetic materials which behave like lead too.
But it's enough if we work with gloves and mouth protection, right? I mean, or gloves.
In a way, you need a very small amount of it for one battery, or what you call battery structure in a paper where you wrap it.
Right, thanks.
We're trying. This is literally, this is what I told you. We work literally on the edge of science, and this is the beauty of it. We are not worried who copies it or whatever. And that's how we share. You got to build these things in the time of disaster. You need this. First of all, your flight system most probably depends on it. Your energy system most probably depends on it. This is important. So we see it important enough to literally, as it comes off, and it's still on the process of development in the Innovation Center with Bernie and Douglas in the background. They worked on it. We see it important enough to come on so rapid. And literally can't be any hotter than it, more or less more important than this, and so on the edge than this. So if you see it, you start structuring it, and if you can bring that sink that it creates the pull from the plasma of the battery, I think we have managed to produce the first generator. Are you ready, Bernie?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, and
Now you gotta share. Just
I would
share.
like to request for my other account for the screen for me to share this.
Make sure there is nothing on your screen when you share. When you see your screen fully the way you want to show, then come on. There is no rush.
Okay, I'll have to have a share option first.
Yeah, you have it because our withdrawn is in your hand. You gotta push the green
Okay.
button. There is a lot of things I see getting written on the screen in the background for the boats who want to come to Dubai. European countries do not need my visa. Americans don't need. A number of nations don't need a visa for 30-day visit to Dubai. I see questions coming up. That's why I'm answering till you get ready. If you need a visa, you have to go asking for a tourist visa, and it should be issued very rapidly. The only people who might have or should have what do you call it, any problem is those who have criminal records, or we put them on the list of the criminal records. They will not be allowed to enter Dubai because we provide the list of the securities, and everyone on the third circle and the people connected to them, in communication with them, there's a full list of it will be done. There is something which we'll announce soon. Please, those of you who know how we got damaged last summer by conduct of the man when we exposed his behavior, listen to a couple of broadcasts which are coming out, are very important. Couple of broadcasts are coming out which you can help FBI and CIA in bringing these kind of activities to an end on the internet, at least as part of it. The security services in the United States, FBI, has asked or requested us if we can add, because this gentleman is just about to be more or less soon arrested. We are not doing anything out. He's confirmed it in writing to us. We are releasing his own email, but he's published something on his screen, on his internet, that I had such a conversation with Mr. Keshe, but he never disclosed the other part of the conversation, which is in writing, which is a police telephone number, and he's confirming he's been interviewed by the FBI, and he's under investigation for misusing children. Soon his website will come down. No, it's not our say, it's the national security says. And he is on the criminal investigation for abuse of children, and he's been interviewed and he's confirmed it himself, so we can go public with it, but we won't do it on this net. It'll be done in a couple of public meetings or talks that you know which officers where in FBI you need to speak to. Because in his email we release it, in his communication he mentions the name of the officer, so he says he's been interviewed. You better take all this off, when Bernie.
Okay.
Take all this off and start fresh. There's no use writing it. And just go through the diode section, not the coil section, that what you see, okay?
Okay. This is the beads.
I'm gonna go quiet, all to you. When you finish, wake me up.
Okay. So this is the bead circuits of Ballet. When we tested it on this side, with while checking it for resistance, we're able to see that on one side, where we place the probe here and another probe here, it shows a reading that is around on the 2000 scale, 2000 ohms scale on the ohmmeter. that measures the resistance, it reaches around 700, 600 plus reading in ohms. While when we reverse this probe, let's say we reverse the probe, we reverse the probe, the reading goes beyond the meter can read. So the system blocks one way and allow flow of on another way. So it's acting like an electronic diode. It's very high in resistance on one side, on one flow, and allows flow on the other way. So from that observation, we can classify this in terms of behavior or characteristic. It is just like an electronic diode, the one we use in electronics, diode that passes one way and that passes flow this way, but blocks going that way. Okay. So we have identified this. We can use this whenever we need to have this one-way flow. However, our connection for this one during our testing is if this is our circuit, we connected it in this way. We connected it in parallel across our circuit. Okay. Let's move on another page.
Yes. You are a man of understanding. Explain exactly what it means, everything in detail that people can copy. People's life can depend on this in the coming time. So please go, take your time. You have all morning.
Okay.
Explain to them how they, because we know partially some people made the Alexa speed and it didn't work, or didn't work they wanted it, because they connected these two places the wrong way. And actually, instead of doing anything, I cannot, what do you call it? Annotate on your screen. Very strange. So what has happened is that people connected, let's say, the base 1 and base 2 the wrong way around, and the system behaving as a diode has caused the problem. This might give some of you who had a problem and you didn't see working with Allen beads was because you connected the wrong way, as was just explained by Wernie, that this is important because you should be able to understand the polarity change and how you connect your bases, and then how you connect it to the load. Everything has to be correct. Carry on, please.
Okay. When you verify this, you have the flow, which one will allow a flow and which one will block the flow. You use an ohmmeter, set it at the maximum range, usually at 2000 K reading on your meter. Your meter usually have this dial. So usually if the ohm range is somewhere here, it should be on the topmost, which reads this value. When you put the red here and the black here, the probes, you'll see reading that is somewhere 700 plus or down to 600 plus on your digital meter. It's fluctuating actually, the reading. However, when you put this on the other side and this one on here, the reading goes up, that it can no longer be read at this range. It's beyond the capability of your meter, meaning it dynamically goes up, the resistance goes up, that it blocks the flow and it serves like your flow, something like going this way, that you have this blocking line for a symbol of a diode. Going this way, yes, you can, the flow can go through the other side. However, going the other way, it cannot, because the resistance goes up dynamically, that the flow is totally blocked. So we can use this as a diode. You have to find out using this which on your circuit that allows the flow or blocks the flow for you to connect it when you use it as a diode. It is important to measure it. We already have this meter. Most of us have this in verifying the resistance of our nanomaterials, the nano-coated copper. So we can make use of this meter also. Okay. So for the LED,
Okay, well, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay.
Because we have a lot of people who join us from new. If you can just spend a few minutes and go, just put this aside and show how you made the first bead and the connection to the other. What they have to do, how they do it, that they know how it works. It takes 2 minutes. Most of us know how to make the annexes bead, but we're getting huge number of people who come for the first time to understand. If you can explain what is the first base of the bead, please.
okay, if this is your bead, the first two component, which has this configuration here, these two are the most important part of the whole circuit. In fact, these two is acting like
Okay. Stop. Go backwards. Take all this off.
Okay.
Explain what each line means that people understand.
Okay. This line here goes on the.
No, wipe everything out. Rennie, wipe everything out. You think everybody is educated. I'm the most ignorant one. Okay. Okay, go start from the first line. What is the first line? Draw the first line, explain.
Okay, we have here a nanomaterial, a copper nano-coated.
Bravo, perfect.
Okay. You have here your nano-coated copper. You wrap. You have to wrap paper here that is coated with GaNs. You roll it. If the paper should go like this, then you roll it towards here, this part. So this one have coating of GaNs. Then you roll it, so it will form just like a roll of paper with a nano-coated copper inside. Then you put aluminum foil, just like this. Yes, I use the CO2 and the copper oxide GaNs. A very thin amount of mixture of GaNs here, enough to coat the paper. Roll it, and roll it very tight that it roll around the material, the nano-coated copper. Then the same way, you roll aluminum around it, just like this way. So you have an aluminum coating, aluminum wrapping here. Let's make another color. So this is your aluminum. Showing this is your aluminum. This should be very tight. Then you have to roll again another layer, like the foil. Yeah, the foil will do. When you roll the foil it should
It's
be.
a cooking foil, cooking aluminum foil used for
Yes,
cooking.
yes, correct. Then use a small amount of zinc metal to hold the aluminum. You have to wrap also this zinc. So that's our three layers. You have the first layer, that is uh, paper with GANs here, then the second layer, and the third layer. So you have this, the middle part, your nano-coated copper. This is your paper. This is your, yes, this is your. So these are your layers of.
So explain. Let me explain. So when you do put in the paper, they finish rolling it, then they put the aluminium, and then
Yes.
they put zinc.
Zinc, yes.
In one of the tests you did, we got a better performance without the zinc or without the copper if we use one metal. Correct?
Without the zinc, it still works the same, since it is also in contact with aluminum. So we can use without the zinc only on the aluminum layer. Yes, it will work well that way. If you don't have zinc, it's okay. One thing in okay, the paper gun should be, if this is your copper, what next layer would be wrapping around the copper wire should be the paper with GANs. Then next is your aluminum layer. Okay, so the aluminum is wrapping the paper, is around the paper. Okay, without the zinc, it's okay. Or what is very important here is the aluminum wrapping our, let's say this is your whole paper with GANs, and inside is your part. If you have the aluminum here covering everything, the field interaction on or from the paper is now being captured by this aluminum foil. The property of aluminum is to hold that field. That's why when you put aluminum here, you get a higher voltage, like 0. Let's say for example 5 volts DC, instead of the usual millivolts range. When you simply put a test probe here, your voltmeter on the paper and on the copper. So you have a meter there, you put that on the paper, you only read around several millivolts here. However, when you put the test probe on the aluminum, you'll get beyond the millivolts range, usually somewhere here in the 0.5 volts range, simply because your aluminum is now covering the almost the entire length of paper. We don't cover everything to avoid the short circuit going to the nano-coated copper, but just enough for the paper to come out here and on the other side. So this whole field of GANs inside the paper, it has, as we know, GANs have fields, the nanomaterials have fields. So there are a lot of nanomaterials here from the mixture of GANs you have. This is where your aluminum is listening to all the field interaction. For that reason, you were able to get this higher voltage reading.
Can I add just a little bit?
Okay.
When you put your GANs on the paper, you have to allow the paper to dry. It's important. Because if you have water in your wrapping, then when it comes to running the bead, you'll find problems with it. Especially get a lot of explosions like pop pop. That is when the oxygen or the water molecules try to dry and they pop when the current goes through. So you have to make sure that the paper dries when you put the GANs on it. It dries before you start using it. Carry on, sorry about that.
Mr. Kesh, can I just ask you, because a few people are also asking whether the aluminum could or should be nano-coated. Now, the procedure that Richard showed last time with this specific temperature and caustic, wouldn't it be better, even better performance on a plasmatic level because of the storage capacity?
I think Wendy can answer you. What's the difference if you nano-coat the aluminum or non-nano-coat?
If you have a very hard time nano-coating this aluminum, it's okay.
What about if you nano-coat titanium instead of aluminum we use?
I haven't tried. I don't have access.
What would be the performance if you use a nano-coating in the outer than using a plain aluminum?
What about copper, Mr. Kesh?
No, you can't use copper because the copper is inside. You can use copper, but it's what the question is, what is the difference if you have a nano-coated? Would it be any changes in the voltage if you have a nano-coated aluminum or non-nano-coated aluminum?
We have, with this configuration, we already have a huge voltage that is larger than our usual. So this is okay. For people who cannot nano-coat aluminum, it's okay.
What about if we can nano-coat aluminum? Would we get a higher voltage?
We have field interaction on top and below. Yes, that will result to a more of field interaction, especially on the inside. However, it's very difficult to have this, and it takes experience for anyone to nano-coat this, because if you do this with caustic, you should be very careful doing it. It should be a very light solution and careful not to inhale the steam. For the sake,
but let me explain. Just burning wait. Rick is there. Rick, what happens when we put aluminum foil with a caustic?
You get your friend hydrogen your friend hydrogen would be generated.
So those of you who, when we spoke about the 80% gas and 20% hydrogen, if you put the aluminum foil in a high caustic, high temperature caustic, the gases which come up is mainly hydrogen, as Rick is explaining. So now you know how to produce your hydrogens for your flight system as well, if you're looking for it that way.
yes, a tiny amount of aluminum and caustic will produce that hydrogen that is needed inside.
Yes, okay. Carry on, sorry.
We use aluminum because this is our aluminum has, as a metal, it has this negative polarity. We cannot use copper because it's on the positive polarity as a material, as a metal. So aluminum fits this in this configuration. Same with zinc, it is on a negative polarity material, so we can use zinc also. But aluminum is more available, like as a wrapper, you can use that. The aluminum foil. I only use the aluminum foil we use in the kitchen, so it's very easy to implement using aluminum this way. So we have, in a way, our purpose here is to cover everything or to capture all the field interaction in one material, which is the aluminum. That's why we're able to get this. Usually with nano materials, you only get in millivolts range. With this one, we have a concentrated, or everything is accounted at this configuration. Okay, so this is how we construct. Each of the beads should be constructed in a similar manner, and it should be, before using it on a circuit, it should be dried. Everything should be dry. You can set it on a table, even if it's just set for it overnight. Make sure that the paper outside, you won't see, or it is very hard already, no more moisture. So for if you use it on an AC circuit, let's say 220 volts, 110 volts, never use when the paper is still wet. Anyway, we have the bead circuit is a very safe configuration for us. It's just like you're multiplying multiple layers of paper across 12 beads outside. Let's say you have 12 beads outside and 6 beads inside that is also connected outside, something like that one. Since your connection will be something like let's say this is the first bead.
I have to stop you. I have to stop.
Okay.
Now go with the winding of the nano coated wires on that aluminum foil
Okay. So
before you go to the beads, because we get lost. Now you're there. Explain the next step, please.
yeah, the next step would be we have to connect this from one bead to another. So the connection would be, if this is the,
Do you want to clean the board off and start a fresh board?
okay. So connecting
Okay.
connecting two beads. Let's say you have your beads. Let's say this is one, and then this is the next bead, for example. So we wrap it around. So this is your aluminum here layer. So we wrap it around your aluminum layer. This one also goes to the next. So it is this way. Never be careful on this part, not to touch that. Let's say if we enlarge that portion, you have your aluminum, paper, then the center. It should go this way. Never touch this paper with this wire. Only on the aluminum part. Sometimes you touch this, it will also connect. This is interactive. This one have nanomaterial, so never touch this. There should be an air gap there, so it will be a different reaction when you shorten this part here. Okay, so the next bead will go here, just like the same. Then you have all the 12 beads around, then 6 beads in the middle, and your 2 beads here. So each connection should go like this. All the beads around here and in here. All the beads here are in a circular configuration. Okay. So this is this copper.
Wait. What do we need for a diode process to have all the circle of the beads, or can we just use the 2 bottom one?
We can use this. The most important part is here, the configuration here.
Can you show us that configuration, please?
Yes. So you have here. Okay.
Sometimes does. Let's go through this because a lot of people have a problem. Can you use different color for your? Okay.
Okay.
Because people are getting more confused everywhere.
Okay. The connections is just like this. This is from the other bead. This wire comes from.
You connect it to the bead. You connect it from there to the other bead. Yeah.
Yes. It goes this way. Then another wire here. All the wires here are nano coated. Then wrap around the aluminum part. Again, never touch that paper part. So then it also connects here.
Is it fire nano coated or caustic nano coated?
Either way, it will work. For as long as it is nano coated, it's okay. What we are after here is the field interaction between the materials, and plasma will flow through the nanomaterials. So this is how it is. This configuration alone, this is where your diode characteristics comes in. So the rest are simply but a continuation of the whole circuit.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
If you can explain that, because we usually have a feedback to the center beam. Where is your feedback?
Here.
Where is the feedback?
So this should go
No, I mean from the bead itself. You will have a feedback to the center pin.
Okay.
Actually, I was about to ask the same question also. I mean, given that this is a plasmatic diode, do we need that feedback?
Yes, you do.
Yes, I believe. I forgot where the.
Okay.
I believe it is from here. No. The other one. Yes, it's just the same. It should be from the center going on the surface.
Can you redraw it that we know exactly, because it doesn't take much to confuse people.
Yes. Okay. Okay, let's just draw one bead.
Yeah.
When we apply feedback, say for example here, so this is where your connection for this is a nano-coated wire, and also with this one.
They're asking, can you use color, please?
Yes. Okay. Let's use another color for this one. Okay, this is your feedback wire. Let's say you wrap it here. Then another wire should be a separate wire from here going to the next. So you have your another bead here. So this wire is also connected this way. The feedback is from the middle here towards the outer, the aluminum component. Then this one connects.
Okay, how do we connect this to the circuit? Where are the beads and where do we connect to the power supply?
Okay, on our test circuit.
No, keep it there. Okay, go.
That's a huge drawing. On our test circuit, we have, let's say, we're currently testing the, let's say, the unit. Here is our mag-grab unit. Then here is our load. We place the beads. We're still on testing this somewhere here. We place this is your source here. This is your AC. This is your source here. We place it somewhere here across. So the beads is right here. So when we connect this, say
which bead goes where? Which one? The one with the double winding on it goes where? And the one with a single winding on it goes where?
Okay, we've tried both. We inverted it and we still read the same because it's an AC circuit. Let's say, wait, I'll have to read it first. Okay, we have here, all the joints should have something like this, so you can just, so our beads,
is that without using capacitors?
No capacitors. The beads is acting like your battery capacitor.
Okay, so we're using the beads instead of the capacitors.
Yes, in this case, this is our test. The capacitors on the MagGrab are on the MagGrab. It's somewhere here.
These are the capacitors you're talking about, the capacitors across the
Yes,
grid.
yes,
You don't need that. You take those 4 out.
yes. So this one already serving as another source for the entire circuit.
Okay, can you connect to the rest of the beads to the bead circles that they can see it, please?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you have
which of the 2 original capacitors which you joined to each other are is the one with the return, the feedback?
here is the one with the feedback here. Then
Yeah, but do you feed it back to the grid side or to the loop side?
it's on from the middle part of this, from this one. It goes on the aluminum side.
Yeah, okay. It's not on the side coming from the grid. You connect it to the other side.
Yes, it's not from the grid. It's on.
After the first loop is before the grid.
Yeah, because this is a feedback from the plasma circuit.
Mm-hmm.
So everything in this area, everything works in the plasma. So that's how it is. Then at this point, this is where the conversion begins, where it interacts with the usual AC or the house line. We use this with a plug. If this is the wire, we use a plug. On that part, we use a plug. So we connected the beads with a plug. So we simply plug this as part of the whole setup. So it's easier for us to transfer anywhere on the circuit. So this is how we have tested it so far. And we've also tried connecting, instead of from on this point, we also put it somewhere here. With the discovery of the LED GANs that should be added on this setup later.
Going too far, too fast. Wait.
Okay.
You're going too far, too fast. So the one on the top, which comes from the top one, is the live connection, and the one from the bottom is the neutral connection. Okay?
Yes,
then
yes.
People know what to connect it. Your live goes into the line with the feedback.
So if this
And
is.
then it goes to the outer loop, and it comes back in and joins the inner loop, and it goes back on the neutral. This is important. It's absolutely important. Please note this configuration, because then it can cause you a problem. Somebody is asking, how do you connect the beads to each other? You make your beads, and then you connect one bead to the center copper line of the next one. That's how it's done. So you go on connecting from the center line to the next bead. There is a big confusion here. I can see people will come back to us with it. Where you have drawn the white lines, the feedback, this needs to be clarified, because I know a lot of people had the problem when Alex starts teaching.
We have to verify the drawings. I don't have the drawing here. And the test circuit is on another house under the still on
No
testing.
problem.
Anyway, we will release it. Yes, we will release it, the complete setup, when we have complete results.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can transfer. One can test this. This is anyway, you don't have to worry about the circuit, because no matter how you connect this in the whole circuit, we have multiple layers of paper here. So it's just like a very thick, multiple layers, 12 or actually 24.
No, it's just going about the connections to do the
Yes.
connections right.
Yes.
This is the problem. So you bring the center loop, the middle one together, and then you connect it to the base of the other one, and you bring the outer loop and connect it to the base of the inner loop. All come together in one joint and they go in. Correct?
Yes, yes. So the inner loop is connected
With the
Wait.
outer loop.
Yes, yes, with the outer.
Okay, this is important the way it's done, because then we understand the next step. This is what we are testing now. The circuit you've seen now, which is drawn with the beads, this is what is getting tested at the test center in respect to production of 100% zero power supply. This is what is tested. We see it's been tested by Alex too. Alex has this structure too. And other people who use the beads and place them with a core setup, the energy unit or maglev unit, they see the up to 100% reduction. This is what we said to you, we will release when we know. We've seen this, a number of people are using it, and they have seen a full reduction. The reduction has come in since we start putting the beads, adding with the coil, the combination of the two. So what we are considering at the moment under test is to put 2 coil rings plates, 2 of the 3 stacker, and put this bead at the bottom of the stacker. This is what the test is going in the innovation center. So we still have the 3 stacker, but we change the bottom bead to the bottom tray to a bead. We tried and we put the tray on the top, but we see a better results by putting the tray at the bottom, the bead tray at the bottom. Am I correct with that, Bernie?
Yes.
So this is the new configuration for your power supplies. If you are heading for 100% reduction, this is what a couple of weeks ago we told you. We have done a new development, and those of you who received the unit free, what do you call it, as a 20%, 30% reduction, this configuration shows to bring the reduction up to 70, 80% on 100%. And it's very active. So now for the first time, you see more 60 to 100% reduction. It's the first time we release it. It's part of the blueprint. Please take note of it. The Innovation Center will release a blueprint of it in a proper drawing in the coming days. Not only this system works as a diode, you have to use the whole circle, the 2 bottom as a diode. Can you show the drawing how you use the bottom 2 bits as a diode that I understand, please? Now that's on the circuit. Yeah, these 2, how they can use it as a diode.
If you'll use this as a diode, you'll have to connect this in series on one line.
Okay, can you just draw it on the side, please? Can you draw it on the side, please?
Yeah, for example, you want to connect this on, let's say, okay, I'll erase some, just make it.
Don't erase anything, leave that to be, make a new one, please. You can always bring this back.
Okay, using it as a diode.
Yeah. Show us a drawing of the beads and how you connect it, where you connect it. Don't forget they're all ignorant, huh? We know nothing. A few geniuses understand this. We're a bunch of people, amateurs, housewives like me who knows nothing about anything, just watching to learn.
Okay. So, okay. So connecting this on one line, then another let's say another line here. You have to find on your setup, you'll have to find which one where it allowed to flow. So you'll connect it the way where you want the flow will go. So the flow goes this way, then exit the other way, all the way through the circuit. And this is another line. So if this is your, if this part here is the load, so connecting it this way is just like a gate or a diode that is.
Which line is the live line, please?
Okay, if we'll use this on the live, this will be on the neutral, on the line after. So this is where on the top one is our. Okay.
This is if you are using as a diode, huh?
Yes, on the other side.
And the flow is blocked in which way?
This way, it's blocked. So you, wait, it's the other way.
It's the other way.
It's the other way.
And can you, okay, can you show us where is the winding from which one to which one?
The winding?
On the two beads.
Ah. Okay, okay, this is this way. So the connection is on the top. But we have to verify first in this configuration. I don't have my copy here, which allow. So the ohmmeter will verify which part of this that will allow the flow towards the other, towards this way or this way. So make use of your ohmmeter. So connecting it as a diode, it should always be in series, just like a diode, an electronic diode. It should be, the flow should go through the diode. It should be goes through the diode. It's not that diode should be connected across, but it's through the diode. That's how we connect a diode if you want to block one way and allow the other way. Okay? So connecting it in parallel is just like acting like.
But the thing is, but the problem is what we have. We want to make sure the flow goes out of the load. Now the flow is into the load on the neutral line.
It should be out, yes.
So we want the reverse. So you have to change the polarity.
Yes.
You want the flow to be from, I cannot touch that. I don't know why it doesn't work on my system. I cannot come in and change things for you. But what we need to do is that this diode has to be in a way connected that the energy goes away from the load into the grid. So your maximum should be on the right side toward the load side, and your minimum should be on the left side towards the neutral, the end. That the direction goes out, the flow flows out. This is important because once Rene start explaining the use of the LED in this configuration, is important that now the current flow is there, but the LED itself, LED GaNs, creates a sink to pull the energy. And what you need to do, where you have the L and N, you can place it with a plasma battery. Am I correct? Ready?
Yes.
Ready?
The placement now for our sink should be somewhere after the load.
Yeah. So you can put, yeah, somewhere there. So you direct it as a supply out. We release a blueprint of this on the blueprint section. But at the moment, you have your N and L, neutral and live, connected to the grid. If you use a sink, which we're going to show you with the LED now, plus a diode on this circuit the way it is, you can change take the grid out and place a plasma battery, very strong plasma battery, on the N and L. Can I share a screen and then we come back to you again, please, Bernie? This is important because you will understand in a minute. I'm gonna get rid of this. You can do a lot of things with this. So what you do, at the moment, we have a grid, we load, we put the maglev system, we go to the load, and then we feed back into the grid, live and neutral. Now what is proposed, what is on the table is that, forget about the grid, place, mine is moving, place a bit here, or what I call, let me do it, undo it, so do this, okay. You got a grid, you place a bit, plus 2 coils, and this unit is the new power unit. You can use it again for the grid, go to your load and come back, live and neutral. So here, instead of 3 stacker, you have 2 stacker, and the bottom stacker is a bead stacker. The other proposal which we have now, which changes from the 100% reduction relying on the grid to a new configuration where we have the connection. You place the same again, the bit, 2 stacker. You still need a parallel system on your stacker across your plates. This is your new unit. You go out to your load. You feed back after the load a sink. Werner is going to show you the sink. Then you add sorry, the other way around. You add a diode system here and you come out, which dictates the flow can be in one direction. Here, what you need, you connect to a plasma system, plasma battery system, which we taught recently. We think combination of 4 parallel series should be good enough. So what happens is the flow is in this way. The sink tries to pull the energy from the plasma batteries. It creates a circulation, and then what arrives here, which is always lower than here, feeding, it starts creating generation of the battery, the power supply. At the moment, this looks like a DC supply. What you can do somewhere here, you can connect your system to earth it, or strip the nano coating from part of the wire and connect it to the neutral. Seems to be the other alternative to create an impulse supply. So now what we're going to talk about is about this sink. This sink is very important because it drains, and in draining it creates a flow, and this flow, this is what we've been looking for. And this diode, which just explained by Werner, is to stop anything to flow backwards, and it'll make it one directional flow. If you don't get the system running, look where you're making a mistake. This is what is on the table. Now we have achieved, or it looks like we have achieved 100% reduction. We say, let's say 60%, 70%, by adding a bead as one of the stacker. This is what's going to come out of the factory in the coming days. Then, by adding a sink outside, a unit sink outside, with a diode, you create a pull, and in turn, you create a flow. Remember, now this is the 129 box, and this sink behaves as a weak stacker in the Sensano. And these loads here, they behave as a middle unit. If you remember in the Sensano, how we created so much power was we put the GAN system, core star formation, we put a system which was more powerful, and then we put a system in the box which was weaker. In trying to feed, it created a high impulse. So now this sink behaves as one, demanding, and this behaves as number 3, the star formation. And now you see how the system is completed. Please try this. Bernie is going to show you how to make the sink capacitor, which is the same as the other capacitor, you've seen it. And then we'll see if you are right. Try this as fast as you can. Those of you who are looking for zinc, you always have it from most of the hardware shop, because in most of the countries, the lead is used for the roofing. Okay, so now we understand the circuitry and everything else. Do you want to add anything?
Is there between the sink and the plasma batteries, is there the ring of beads, or how are they connected?
No, here is the diode. The diode's here, in this position.
The one that has been showed before?
Yes, you can put it there. You can put another bead. In a way, you have 2 beads. You have one in the stacker, and you have one on the back line of feedback.
That's what I meant. Thank you.
Yes, we have 2 beads. One on the stacker. If you're still using a DC power supply, what they call it, the grid power supply, you need. This is the breakthrough we have. So when we know more, this is where you can change your power supply from 30% to 100%. And in what it does, you'll find that the nano coating from the box seems to be faster. This is what we see now. And that's what we said. Once we have this confirmed, we provide an additional unit to the people who bought the 700, the units for the grid. And you just add to it, you plug it into this become a new stacker to this. So we are working on it. We think we have achieved 100% reduction totally. And at the same time, in past few days, in discussion between Douglas and Wernie in the Innovation Center, one talking about whatever is Wernie understanding that what we're looking for to create a dumper. Now it has led to this. There is a development further, because then Wernie, before he shows you, you can create an impulse in what is known as a delta star, a delta formation. Wernie will explain to you, where if you're looking for a maneuver, or what we call the phase for the system, we have used the system in past few months. Wernie has been building it, where we can create sinusoidal between -5 and +0.5 and -0.5 sinusoidal using what do you call it, a Y and delta formation. Would you like to explain the sink first, please, Wernie? And then we can go to the next. I'll stop sharing.
Yes.
Wernie and I and Renan, we've been working in the background for past 5 or 6 months plus to test these things. So now, partially part of the test is what you see. And this is part of the Energy Innovation Group of the Foundation. Carry on, please. Can you show us how you make the sink unit, please?
Okay. First, we have to make a GANs out of the lead metal. this, we have to be very careful. It should be that you're in a well ventilated, if it is best if you're outside the house or outside a room, very good ventilation, because these guns, the production of guns using the lead metal is different from, in terms of energy, it's different from CO2 production. The CH3 and copper oxide is really different, that when you're near the setup, your energy get drained by the setup. There's a huge field around it that you can really feel that you're being drained. So be very careful about it. It happens when our friend in the US, Douglas, make guns out of lead material, that he experienced very drained condition on his body, that he's not comfortable doing it again. So he put the gun set up outside the house. When I see that that it happens, I see a different thing other than Douglas is moving away from it. He doesn't want to touch it again because of every time he goes near it, it doesn't feel good about the situation. It's a very yucky feeling. I said, so your energy is being drained when you're near the system and when you hold the container. I said, yes, we've been looking for that drain condition and now we have it. So let's make use of it to attract or to pull the plasma so we can initiate a plasma flow around our circuit. So this is where we have this sync device or the lead guns. We can make it like a capacitor, but it acts like an opposite of to that of the capacitor. So
I make a year ago I made lots of it, guns of lead, and
okay,
still have it, but I never felt any drainage. I just did a nano-coated copper and lead on another side, and it's a white like CO2, and I collected a lot of GANs.
Yeah, it started that way, just like CO2 GANs, but a gel-like substance.
Yeah,
but
a little bit bigger particles.
Yes, and when we did that, and like Douglas did it the first time, I replicated it, and we have the same observation that it literally drained the energy. Our right hand, plasma flows out from our right hand. On our left hand, it goes in. So holding the container of the GANs, say this is the container where you do the GANs production, and here's your GANs, and there's your seawater. Holding with your right hand, even on this part of the container, will pull that energy from your right hand that it hurts your arm. Using your left hand, it doesn't hurt your left hand arm. So I was very careful when doing this. I'm a right-handed person, so it's not comfortable for me to do the same. What I did to test it again is to hold a container of CO2 GANs and touch it on my right arm, place it on my right arm and the lower part of my right arm, then use my right hand holding this part. I never felt the same drain again. Overnight, that field, pulling condition subsides. However, when you hold this here, you can feel the very slight pull of energy away from your right hand. But when you go to this level where your hand is in this level, it's the same. I still remember that the same feeling the other day. It pulls the plasma out of your hand that it hurts so much. When you touch your fingers here, as if you're the cells. It really hurts. So be very careful, especially there's something like when you do the guns production. For example, this is your lead, this is your copper, nano-coated copper. Everything around it or everything in the room it's just like it turns like into an acidic condition that you don't like it going near it. That's how we see it. That's how we feel. That's that is our observation. So be very careful when you hold guns while going near it. It's okay, as if you have a backup source of energy. It's from the CO2 guns that you would get drained.
Okay,
So
can you explain to us how did you make your GaNs of lead, please?
yes, I make use of a supply. I connected this to this is the, I'll make another color for this one. So this is your, oh, not that one. Show me, this is your lead material. And this is your,
Is it nano-coated or not, your lead?
no, you don't nano coat the one on the positive side. Only the copper is nano coated. I made the coils on this, at the bottom part, so that there will be more copper material under seawater. The more copper materials, the faster the production. It is for that reason that those who use scrubbers made of copper and nano-coated it produce a lot of GaNs. There are a lot of nanomaterials submerged in the water. More nanomaterials, more plasma to power your production. Okay, so I connected.
So you put nano-coated copper on one side and
Yes.
just the lead on its own, yeah? And then how did you connect it, please?
I connected it to a power supply. This one goes to the positive of the power supply. So I have here, for example, a power supply. And here's the positive. I connected it here. A DC power supply. I set it to 6 volts. I don't have a much lower voltage, but anyway, it does the job. Okay, so this is the negative part of the power supply.
And you use a seawater.
Yes, I use seawater on all my GaNs production. This is seawater.
Because when he lives in Philippines, water is everywhere.
We are surrounded by seawater. Okay, so there's an unusual, we observe an unusual happening here on our, we have this current meter that has a pointer, and this is 0. It has a label A, means ampere, on this power supply. Usually with the same type of seawater, when I use copper, when I use zinc, when I use an iron nail, it reads 800, 500 to usually 800 milliamperes. Usually 800 milliamperes. However, with using this another material that is lead, it doesn't read 800 milliamperes, but the pointer, if this is 0 and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then this is 1, the pointer remains at 0. It remains at 0. But there is production, there are bubbles here, lots of productions that indicates a similar condition to that reading of 800 milliamperes. Okay, my understanding on this one, since the whole condition, or when you have the initial GaNs here, pulse plasma, what powers the whole production, even if I have this one, is totally plasma. For that, I read 0 current. It doesn't move. There's no even a slight movement. No movement. For that, it confirms that indeed the condition we have created at this moment, where the GaNs have already appeared here and then here, a gel-like substance, a white, then later on turns into something like a purple brown Anyway, the color greatly depends on how much voltage you apply, but this zero reading indicates plasma is covering the work of this one. Meaning we can really use this substance or this GaNs to compensate the need of our load with plasma instead of the usual. In this one is the electron flow. So I did not have electron flow, the usual 800 milliamperes. This is the same water. What I understood before is that it is the electrolyte, considering you have a good conductance here and all the wires here, it is the electrolyte that simply determines the current flow. See, water here is...
Or does the nano coating on the copper changes or it stays the same?
It changes.
The nano coating here over time was removed. Then I stopped the process. It was removed, not everything, but some of the materials were removed. But when
you don't have a pure lead GaNs. You have a copper GaNs mixed with it.
Most likely. Okay.
Mr. Kesh, if you don't connect to DC power supply, you connect it to LED, you will get a white color of GaNs, and it's heavier GaNs. You can see it. It's a big particles, you know. And without supply, you will create more. This way, you create brown GaNs. Brown lead GaNs, but the other way you only create white.
Yeah, the brown comes because we know when we do a power to the nano copper plates, we produce a brown material. We know that. So the brown shows that the nano material from the plate, copper plate, are coming out.
Yes, if you do the other way, it's going to be pure white GaNs.
Yeah, we have that white GaNs also. We have that. It's the first thing that comes out. It's the first, and we have a lot of.
But what Arman is trying to say, Bernie, is that if you don't connect a power supply, just take the power supply off and use the LED light or a small motor, you will get a pure LED at the bottom.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Can even
use we know whenever you use high power, especially a bit of amperage voltage. On the nano-coated plates, copper plates, you get this brown depending on, and if you go very high, you produce a black copper nano-coated. What they call black copper.
I also use the power supply, but only 1.5 volts, and it's my GaNs is white or light.
It's a higher power. We know that. That's the property of the GaNs.
It's really fast. So if you want the light one, then you can use 1.5 volts and 0.5 amps, for example. That's what I used, and it's producing really fast, and it's light gray.
Okay.
I've heard about the LED drainage. What happens if you use a LED in the Magrath power unit as part of the mixed GaNs? Is it also draining?
Yes.
It shouldn't be used in the Magrath?
No.
Okay.
This is only a unit for draining, for what do you call it, for a specific job. This has a here both units which we discussed by this morning, both the diode and sink changes hugely the electronic world if they understand how to use it. It changes a lot of things, but we go through it and then I'll speak about it. What do you call it?
Hello, this is Mosfet Rashid. I had some.
Can you speak louder, please?
This is Mosfet Rashid. I'm in LA, Los Angeles, and I had some experience with LED GaNs 2 months back, and I used 1.5 volts, and where I connected my LED to my negative to the nano-coated copper. It created circular motion of GaNs on top of the salt water, one going in the clockwise direction, the other going in the counterclockwise direction. I don't know what that is. I posted this on some forums, but I didn't get any response. So this
If you
may
post
have
it on the Keshe Foundation forum, you get some response. Where do we know where you are?
I put it in the Keshe Foundation forum, but nobody responded. But anyway,
You
but
get the
it's
response if
my
it's there.
experience, so I'm just sharing it. I used 1.5 volts, and the current
get
was about 2.8 milliamps.
But you don't need to use the power.
Did you use seawater?
No, I used just regular water.
Salt
Salt.
water.
Yeah, salt water.
You see, this is something I see a lot of comments everywhere about different behavior when you use the seawater. And does it mean the water you collect has all the minerals and the other one doesn't have? That's why you see it's a different behavior. Does it have to do anything with the content of the metals in the water which you get this? We've seen this circulation other places and other tests.
But there were two separate ones, and
Yeah, counterclockwise.
But
And
seawater is
clockwise.
a salt, Mr. Keshe, from the sea. It's dried.
No, Mr. Armagolan, there is gold in it, copper in it, zinc in it, everything. And if you pick it up from Los Angeles, a huge amount of radiation from Fukushima. So your test is not like what he does or like what is done with the pure water. This is what a lot of us ignore. We cannot ignore. The seawater even we collect it from the seawater gets mixed up, but still each seawater is different. That's why we have different animals in different part of the oceans, because of this content of the things in the sea. The sea is exactly like Earth, the solid part. You can't grow grass in some places because of the condition, and you cannot grow palm tree in some other places because of the coolness. Sea is the same, there's no difference. That's
What
why
about
of the condition you can have animals. Pardon?
What about sea salt? It's not the same?
See, so where did the salt come from? From a sea, from somewhere.
Yes.
It's the same property, with liquid or without.
That's what I'm saying. It's a sea salt. It's the same property as a seawater.
Yep.
Because the salt came from the sea.
Yeah, but the present sea salts are mainly drained of all the materials.
Yeah, it has to be unrefined.
Unrefined. It's the best thing is just go and dig a ditch and put something in it and let it dry. Bring the water and see what you collect. Okay, carry on, Brendan. We're learning. Thank you very much.
Okay, by the way, on our bead circuit, please never connect the beads in series when you connect the whole system on the grid. Never do that in series.
Can you explain.
For example, I'll just draw on the other page or the previous. We still have the previous page. Okay. When you do this connection, never connect this part here to the grid. So never, when you do this. This configuration is for off-grid testing. Because this you have a high, let's say 110 volts up to 20 volts passing through here. It will light up your house. You will see flashes of, if this cannot survive with a surge of, because it is in series.
This diode connection is for only when you use a plasma batteries.
Yes, correct. It should be
very clear. Yeah.
This is for safety. People might forget, they connect like this, then they connect the grid. So I experienced this will one bead blow out, though it will work still the same, but yeah, it blows out. Just because you have a different signal that is in the moment you switch it on, it will blow out all the beads or the first bead. So this is only for when you connect here the plasma batteries here. not for the grid. Okay? Okay, let's go back to the GANs production. Okay, we will use this GAN. We have to rinse these GANs. And what we observe while rinsing, it's not the same as my previous GANs like CO2, CH3, and copper oxide. A lot of suspension stays for several hours. In fact, I have to wait overnight for the first for after production. It's slow, very slow. This suspension of white substance, the GANs, it doesn't settle easily, unlike the CO2, the CH3, and other gases. So it's time consuming. But anyway, we waited for it and it did settle, so we're able to do at the second rinsing, and now I'm on the fourth rinsing phase. Okay, we'll use this when you drain the water here from when you're done rinsing the GANs. We'll use this on our capacitor-like setup instead of the usual CO2 GANs, copper oxide GANs. For the paper, that is, we will use this one and we'll use that as our sink. And I'm thinking of using a different winding. If you have, if this is your paper and this is your inner nano-coated copper, and you'll have to wrap a copper coil here. Instead of the usual counterclockwise, I'll suggest we'll use the clockwise for our sink. Anyway, everything is nano-coated, so there's still field interaction there, but other than we're conveying the negative winding, it's easy for us also to identify which one is our sink device, because it looks like the same as your the usual capacitor. So still we'll use paper inside. Here, paper. We'll use another color for the paper. It's inside. Wrapping tightly around our nano-coated copper. Then use a winding for your capacitor that is opposite of the usual, say, like this, and like that. Okay? So, this will be our new device that pulls the plasma. This will be connected on one end of the circuit and this one on the other end of the circuit. So we have now a new device that encourages flow. We've seen it that we're correct, for we're able to replicate what is being observed in the United States when we do these lead GANs, when we also implemented it here. Though we have different source of materials, I have a different source of lead, a different source of copper, we were able to replicate, and this indication on the current meter shows we are correct that it really pulls the plasma, because it doesn't read anything at all on the usual 800, 500 milliampere. At this time, the production goes very fast, that it should have read this reading, it should have this reading, but instead it has this zero reading. For that, we understand it is the plasma that is aiding the reaction. Without the nanomaterials here, you won't get any reaction that produce GANs. Even without this, especially without this power supply, then you connect this with, for example, you connect this with a copper wire, or you put an LED on top. Without the nano coating, meaning without the plasma, you won't get any reaction right away.
Can you just go on the last part of the connection as a sync again, please?
Okay.
With two
So
different
here,
colors.
yes,
Use
we have.
different colors for every part, please.
Okay. So we will draw again the whole circuit.
No, just this part, just the last part.
That's the last part,
Draw the
making
sync.
the. Okay.
The sync, yeah, please.
So assuming this is your nano-coated copper in the inside, you wrap it with paper.
The paper is nano-coated with the
Yes.
GaNs of.
If your paper, you spread this thin layer of your GaNs. I suggest you don't never touch this GaNs. It's not the CO2 gas. It's a different kind of gas that it does not provide you energy, but it pulls energy from you. So it should be rolled on this copper very tight. It should be no air inside. Should be very tight. Then you have a coil on top of it. Okay. Okay. Right. It should.
Okay.
So you have your coil, just like your capacitor, wrapping around where the paper is.
So
Okay.
you put this across the line.
Yes.
One end coming from the grid.
No, coming from your batteries.
From the load, from the
Yeah,
appliances.
From the, let's say,
Yeah, appliances, and the other side goes to the battery.
yes. So this is where your load. So you have your connection here. This one goes to your
Actually, it should go to your diode.
diode. Diode. This should be your diode. Let's just make
Right.
your symbol for the diode. Okay. This goes to your batteries, the plasma batteries, and this goes to the MAGRAV unit. So we have a complete circuit. Oh wait, we have a wrong connection here. It should be here. Okay.
And it's all plasmatic.
Yes, all plasma. No external power supply, but it's all plasma. So we have with this.
Now
with this
the question is, we have a problem, and the problem is where we're going to put this battery unit. Do we put it on the neutral side, the sink and the diode in the container and the battery, and we just put a plug on the other end where you can plug to your load, and that's it?
our battery is here.
No. What I'm saying, you know where you have the load?
Yes.
Where you have the load, if you put a pointer, because you have an option, you block people to be to use the Anonite on your screen. You have to allow the people to write on your screen. You have taken it out in your structure.
It's a different system. It's not the. This is a tablet, not the usual.
Okay. So
maybe does it have the
so
feature?
after the unit, the MAGRAV unit,
Okay.
you make your plug, and you connect your main whatever your supply to this point. So if you cannot share your system, you have to go out, because I use a different system. Then like if you stop sharing them, we make it this way. So what happens is that now we need to build a unit which has a capacitor unit, it has a stacker unit of 3 with 1 bead and a plug point. This side you have a diode, a sink and a plug. So you connect this and this into your electricity supply or your, what do you call it, your house after your meter. Where here you don't need to connect anymore to the grid. So this is the new generator unit. Please try it and let us know. We are working on it. We've been working on this for a long time. And now with this sync coming in, it brings a lot of things in order. But you need to create, this is mainly on a DC plasma. Your system should be able to drain what it needs from it for electrical system. But if you don't, we have developed a system which sits in the background, which is what we call a delta Y connection. I should say call it like this. And this system gives us the alternative supply. Would you like to explain to us that one, Bernie? So if you look, this is the new power supply. Hopefully, if we can prove it with you lot, because we are doing our part, we work as one nation, one race, one planet, so we all contribute as fast as we can. So this is the new power supply without the need for the grid.
Is the LED GANs also used for the beads or only for the sync?
Just for the sync.
Okay.
Just for the sync. So please make this as fast as possible and go with it on the internet. If you see any problem, if anything else, we add the knowledge together. And so we think, if you are correct, we have managed to achieve the generating power without the need for the grid. If you need oscillation, we got Werner can explain to us on the oscillation side, please. Can you carry on? I'm going to share off and stop sharing, and you start teaching us about the system we made a few months ago, where you achieve sinusoidal movement.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We have for a delta, we have this delta configuration. Let's say you have your coil here. And we combine it with a Y. So these are coils. Each coil is a 3-stacker. We have 3 for each coil, even in the middle. And we connected it. We have here our going out. This one goes here, goes there, and we have here an entry. So this terminal is similar to this terminal. Okay, so we have this configuration. Same also with this one, and we're able to read. And
we put capacitors on the links.
Yes, yes. I believe the capacitors here are here.
Just put it on different color, please.
Okay. Capacitors are interfacing here. So we take this line and one line.
Different colors, please. Different colors.
we're able to read fluctuating a plus and a minus reading, let's say in millivolts. It's rising and falling consistently, rising and falling, rising and falling. So we have an AC signal from the setup. Remember, each symbol of a coil is like this one. It's the usual mag-graph we have. So 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3 inside. The capacitors here, I believe we have, let me check. We have one capacitor each, yes, on the interface. So with this setup, we've been working this a long time. We're able to read AC from the setup. Yes, we're able to read an AC reading, positive and negative. Consistently, it's rising and falling. So if we need a pulse signal like this one, we can use this. We can use this configuration.
Can I go on? Can we change switch?
Yes.
Okay. So we are to the other part. Now what happens here is what we tried was, let's just save. I'll call it generate. What we tried is, what you can try is that we added a power supply, a plasmatic power supply, and connected it to the delta Y stacker. What it does, now that we have added the diode and we add the sink, and we add, if we add a delta Y formation as we saw here in the system. If I go backwards, I think it'll be better. We add this power delta situation out to go into a stacker and feed out. Now you have both AC and DC at any amount you need. This is your power supply. This is your delta formation, which creates oscillation in what comes through. This is the one which creates you the power. And then this, by you connecting to a load, demands the suction or reverse. And then you should have a full circle. There is a possibility you can put your delta here. So now we see an AC, DC. You can even use a system to amplify this to 220 volt, 4 or 5 amps. Then you need to add the amplifier if you want to work on the current base in the house. So this is the new power generation DC and AC. So today is the 100th time we taught. Now we achieved what we were looking for, a power supply independent of the grid. You can produce every part of it yourself. You don't need to go anywhere. Maybe the total cost will be about, I don't know, $20, $50. Once we produce it, you're looking in the factory cost of about $500 at least for the foundation. Because every piece has to be assembled, built, and this you can use anywhere independent of the grid. So what we said, we might have a surprise for you today. I think it'll be a surprise even to the people who start teaching it. What I was planning to show you. Every piece has been made by Wernick over past 5 or 6 months, step by step. We have other systems which are made for testing for flight. In time we built it, we can use it. But more or less, now we should have a full power generation unit independent of any grid system. This is what you need. Please make this as, I know a lot of you have a lot of materials. This power unit is your plasma battery set. We reckon 4 parallel, 4 series will give you enough sufficient current and voltage. A delta formation, a stacker with a bead on it. You can have an amplifier, plasmatic amplifier, you know how to make it, I presume. A sink and a diode, all made of plasma. And at the point, you literally plug all your electricity at the point of the meter into this. You have to create a circulation. What this will do, will give you a physical matter. In time, this will create a plasmatic application in the whole of your house. Very soon, you do not even need this because you can disconnect the physical connections from here. The system will feed the house without it. Because the plasma has already interacted with all parts of your circuit, they will take energy as they need from the circuit. So you can put this unit anywhere in the house, you don't even need to connect it. So please try it and come back and share with us. We have noticed a lot of people who take technology this way from us, and they are happy to take the technology, but they are very, 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 very shy to share it because they think, oh, the electricity board might know, and then they come after me. Now, electricity board is not there to come after you. It's you who have to be correct to come back and teach us. Hello? Somebody's bashing something. So, can you switch your microphone, please? So this is what we call the power generator AC/DC, and you have to allow it to build up. It won't give you what you need in one go. You have to increase it. We go back to another point which is important in this power production. Let me save this one that you have it. Save. We call it generator. AC, DC, generator. Okay, we save it. There is another part to this too. So what you have made as the plasma unit, which was your batteries, the plasma system, and you added your delta Y configuration, and you went in your system, the stacker unit, you'll find out you need the stacker unit Y in the future, much easier. And then if you wanted, you put a AC, DC alternator on it, you put your sink unit on it, and you put a diode on it. You see the difference? Now here, instead of using the plasma capacitor, use your GaNS ball. Now, instead of using 80% GaNs of CO2 here and a hydrogen, try to create a vacuum condition with a GaNs or with a GaNs and hydrogen in it. What the vacuum will do is that it creates the GaNs to open up in respect to the fields of itself, and you'll find out you don't need the batteries. This is a universal power supply directly from the GANS ball. And because it's dynamic, it continuously produces huge amount of energy. You can still use the coil on it to create a rotation, but you connect the top of the coil into your system. And in a way, you connect this to the sink. So you don't need to make the coils. You can test with the GANS balls you have and make sure that you have to create the rotation the way we showed. Then you have a true power generation as is in the universe. The sink here is what I taught you just before when it starts. Is you start putting a LED GANS at the bottom. But this is a very practical way because the flow will not be reversed. There is no change of polarity. The system stays stable. Because if you don't put this here, the polarity can change and it flips over, your system starts feeding in reverse and you don't get the property of it. So this is what we call the universal plasmatic generator, AC/DC. You don't need to make the batteries, you use your coils and your sphere, and with the GANS, make sure you get a vacuum that allows the full energy separation. The GANS doesn't sit on top of each other and the rotation of it. So you have achieved what we called an independent power supply as a generator. So you can see in time, everything you need can be done. But go a step further, and that is, now if you look at it, we have started creating plasma components. Now you can start building circuits with the plasma materials. More power, more rapid, less demands, and as much as you need. Behaving like a diode, the sink, the delta converter, a power supply, conversion, and a pool. There is a question, is there a need for this? In so many ways, yes. Because this becomes the transmitter of the fields in when you become power, what do you call it, wireless power supply. This will become the source of your structure for your, what I call, reversal. It's like antenna. But then you can dictate with what you put here. I'm gonna go home. I don't know why I keep on losing this every time I use it. When it comes to here, by changing the GANS units here, you can change also feeding, don't feed, whatever you want to do. You want to create a change of a cancer condition, we teach you more and more.
One question, Mr. Keshe, how you can create
Yes, Mr. Golan.
in a small ball that we have? Let's
Very
say
easy. In the ping pong ball, you can always create. Come on, Arman, you know how to create vacuum.
I'm not talking about ping pong ball, I have a couple balls.
The same. You have to nano coat both sides of it, don't forget. Both sides of this tube has to be nano coated, this ball. Understand why you nano coat these things. Yeah? The reason you nano coat is because you nano coat, the matter state becomes irrelevant. When you nano coat something and you use it in the structures like this, then the nanomaterial inside, the matter state, which is the copper itself, it becomes irrelevant because the fields connects.
Okay.
That's why this is why in the teachings I said now we have the capability to control a plasma using the structure of matter is so weak, but it allows us to achieve whatever we need. because the energy of the what do you call it, the nano layer moves across. So always nano coat when you come to these things.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Now, this you teach long time ago. Now I remember.
What did you say?
I said this one you teach long time ago, so now I remember.
You've been there from the beginning. Mr. Armengol and Marco, you are the first graduates from the institute. You finished this month. And in so many ways, I congratulate you. You become friends more than students. And hopefully we see the next generation. You're the first masters of the Institute of the Keshe Foundation. Your term finishes more or less on Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. And we don't give you any certificate that you have graduated. We give you, in so many ways, from our soul. This is the way the new way works. You can't take the paper across the universe to show you have a certificate, but you carry our love.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. Both of you. You're the first graduates from the Institute 2 years ago. We started the journey and we went through a lot of problems and good things. And now we see the fruit. And in so many ways, in time to come, we'll have many graduates, but you are the first 2 out of 7 who stayed. And we know a couple of them will end up in prison very soon. And the others have taught the other ways around the world to different things, but still they carry the soul of the foundation with them. 2 years of hard work, and I congratulate both of you in finishing. And what I said, your certificate is carried through our soul, not by the piece of paper. Thank you very much, and I bless you and your families, both of you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome, Marco.
Dr. Keshe, I'd like to make an announcement.
Who's that?
It's me, Sir Kosal, your
Yes.
friend and
Mr.
student.
Kosa, I have a very big problem with you, and your behavior on the internet does not reflect the work of the foundation. And I warned you once before. Please respect. If you attach or work with our systems, carry the ethos of the foundation too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mike Marco is here in Garland. He's coming to replicate and try out the communication device in my room.
Who?
And Mike Marco is the person who is formed a group in California, the Keshe Foundation in California. Mike Marco III, yes. He fly over from California to Garland. He arrived last night, and I'm meeting him around 8 o'clock over here, Texas time. And he will be bringing equipment and also doing a Zoom conference with some of his colleagues and a friend, a lady friend that want to participate in connection to my MagGraph device, connecting to the intelligent. And I also have teach people one-on-one on Facebook how to connect to their MagGraph, and their success rate is it only took 5 minutes for me to help them communicate with the device intelligent or the plasma intelligent. So we're making a lot of progress behind the scene in order to further.
There is nothing behind. You're all working as one family, teaching each other. Today,
Yes.
as you know, today we have Mark Nashev in Hawaii teaching in a group organized by the people from Hawaii. There are there 2 or 3 days going on a public teaching, and I was told the televisions are there. And we will see the course of teachings. We've seen the teachings right across the planet, in Germany, in remote places. And the teaching is not the stopping, it's not, as I said, it's the family helping each other out and teaching
Yes.
each other.
Yes.
And
I'm just
thank all of you to be there.
yes. And that's what I've been doing. I've been approaching the mission that you lay down for us: one nation, one race, one planet, one cosmic family, in the best way that my happiness leading me. And I find out by helping people one-on-one, I find, as for me, it's like it's more efficient because I'm not overwhelmed by the the demand. I feel comfortable one-on-one. So I've been doing that, when people contact me on Facebook. And I teach people to add wood ash or flower ash or instant ash into the GANs when they apply to the coil, because it was recommended by the intelligent. The GANs is like pyramid power. It will energize the ashes and will nano coat, because ashes are like seed, nanocarbon seed, that it will grow. Once the GANs of pyramid power affected, it start to grow a nano coat. And I told them to paint and all this stuff, and including the coil, dip in it. Once it dry, to apply. Only when it dry, to apply coconut oil or olive oil to the coil and to whatever the GANs is dry. That will protect the GANs and the ashes from dissipating into the environment. And the intelligence said that will create a condition where it will create a reinforcement of the plasma and matter state, so it won't be dissipated into the environment, because GANs and ashes always break apart when you touch it or accidentally bump into
Yeah,
it.
but the ash is used as part of making caustic in a long term. But people look at the water and boiling it and the rest. But in fact, when you create an ash of
Yes.
anything, you create a caustic condition for producing itself. Any other question? Thank you very much for your teaching. There is a group going on in Australia. We support you in your teachings. And other groups in in China, they're on their new year. We congratulate you and wish you all the best, the Chinese community, for your new year. As you is customary, we wish you a lot of health and a lot of wealth. To our Chinese colleagues across the world.
Mr. Keshe, I could show the site from Mike and his Hawaii workshop, if you like, briefly.
Yes, please.
Okay, you can see that up there now. 2 dates, February 4th. Excuse me, I put my.
I think it's extended by a couple of more days, I think, isn't it, Caroline? Yeah, if it goes well, they're going to extend it to more than 12th to 14th and 19th to 21st.
Okay. Now there was something that should be shown. Perhaps the Klaus had the candle of peace. I'm wondering if we have time for that. Are you still up for a bit more, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah, we have no problem. It's Thursday.
Great.
Try to go. There was a guy who wanted to show us something from Norway. What happened to him? He was very adamant last week to show something.
Last week?
Pardon?
I'm not sure what the name was on that.
Can you show us what you're going to show us, please?
Yeah, let's see if we can do the candle. Klaus, are you ready there for showing that?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, great. Are you going to? You have a screen share, don't you?
I need to start my video.
Okay, good. Let me just help with that.
Let me give you a background information what is going on.
I think
we think we possibly from what I've seen. One of the supporters of Keshe Foundation in Japan has managed to develop a technology, we think, which can measure magravs. Our colleague of Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Japan is on his way this week to see him, most probably, hopefully. And so we should be able, if we can ascertain what it is. He's a very nice gentleman from Japan. We spoke with him in London yesterday. So we might have on the breakthrough a magrav measuring system. It's very interesting the way he's tested it. He's tested on a roller coaster and everything, and it works. So if it comes as a gift to the foundation from the Japanese Keshe Foundation supporters, we release it once we go online, and we'll see how it is and how we can teach all of us to use it. Carry on, please.
Okay, go ahead, Klaus.
Oh, hey. Okay, hello. Hello, this is Klaus from Austria, from our mothership in Austria, like we call it. And we are proud and happy to present you our work we've done in the last 6 months. And we prepared a briefly presentation, if this is okay. And the main part will be the candle of peace, the magrav with the Berg crystals in the middle. And I just start the presentation now. So we are a group of 5 people here in Austria who decided not to suffer anymore in their cellars. We wanted to work together. We met. We meet regularly, on a regular basis, once or twice a week. And the only reason why we meet is building and building and building. We built since half a year, and some of our outcomes are this. I would say, after I saw the teaching today, old magravs in the old style, not in the new style we saw today. We made our own design here. This design is made of sockets and socket plugs and pipes. And we always produce in pieces of 5. We always produce 5 lots here. And as you can see on the pictures, this is a kind of bottom-up installation. We begin at the bottom with the capacitors and build one and the next and the third copper coils up, and we produced the magrav. We call it the version 1. It is without the crystal in the middle. And then when Mr. Keshe told in December that it's a good reason for a peace project to implement the Berg crystal, we took this on, and from December on we tried to develop this, and it took us some time because we had troubles with drilling the crystals, and that's the reason why we finished our candle of pieces in February and not in January yet. The drilling itself was an adventure for us. We decided to order a special drill which was 9 centimeters long with a diameter from 1 centimeter, and it looks like this. If you wanna, okay, have to change it. It looks like this over there. This is the drill, and it is 9 centimeters long and has this diameter of 1 centimeter. And we drilled our 5 crystals with this drill, with a stud drill. It is a hollow drill which is water cooled, And we made a video, and I'd like to show you how we drilled this Berg crystal now.
Okay, you'll have to do a share screen.
Oh, sorry. You don't see the video?
No, we're still seeing the webcam.
Yeah.
Okay. Share screen. Okay.
There we go. And yeah, okay, good. We can hear the sound in the background. Actually, if that's music that's not copyright, if it's copyrighted music, could you turn it off, please?
It's copyright music.
Yeah, then turn it off then.
No, we needn't turn it off. It's okay. There's no copyright on it.
No copyright. Okay.
Yeah. So the Berg crystals are between 15 and 20 centimeters high and have a diameter between 3 and 5 centimeters.
How long does it take you to drill?
It took me about 20 minutes. You always have to go every 2 or 3 minutes down and bottom and up to be sure that the water is flowing into the drill hole.
Where do you buy this drill from?
We bought this in Germany. It's a company called Günther Diamond Tools. You can fix it on an ordinary stand drill. You just have to be sure that you have water near you. Here I had this problem that my stand drill only could drill for 8 centimeters deep. So I had to readjust. You see it's a hollow drill.
How does it break at the end? How do you break it at the end to separate it?
This one broke for itself, but it wasn't too deep at this stage, and I decided to drill a bit deeper, and then I broke it out. You can see it then with a screwdriver. At other crystals, it broke at 2 or 3 centimeters. It depends on the crystal itself. First time I drilled the crystal, it was a bit hard to me because, yeah, it's a kind of living. But yeah, I always talked with them during the drill, and as soon as we filled it then with CO2 cans, the pain was over. Here is the last part. I broke it with the screwdriver, and it comes out now. These are about 1 centimeter or 1.5 centimeter. And now the hole is 9 centimeters, nearly 9 centimeters deep. And we did this procedure with 5 other Berg crystals. Some of them are naturally grown. Okay, this is the end of this video. So what we did then is, but this was only also our personal touch. We put the crystals, because we drilled a hole into it. We put the crystals in water and placed the singing bowl over it. It's of course not part of the whole procedure, but it was our personal touch. And then, not then, but before, I didn't mention it, we cut off about 2 centimeters at the bottom of the crystal and filled into the 9 centimeters long hole nano CO2 GaNs and mixed it a bit with the own crystal dust. And then we glued it again and waited for some days until they got built in. What we also did as part of our project, because we decided to produce a lot of coils in future, we built our own coil winding machine. And it's not an invention. We copied a lot of other people who developed other coil winding machines. We added a manual counter to it, and if it's okay for you, there's also a short video, and if it's okay, we can also show it how this coil winding machine works.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, yeah, okay, carry on. That's nice.
This is our copper coil winding machine. On the right side, you see the knife which cuts off the isolation automatically. There is a 200-meter roll on the right side. Normally, at first, we just took the distance, but it wasn't exactly enough for us, so we additionally add a manual counter. We also tried a digital one, but it didn't work as we expected. And in the next stage, while turning the bar in the other direction and removing the manual counter, the distance between the coils is put in. So we stopped the time for a long coil with 144 windings. It takes about 1 minute to produce the whole coil, including the distance between the windings. And here you see the change of the bar in the middle. This was the thicker one. Now we change it to the thinner one. If you count the windings with the manual counter, you always have to count a bit more. But it's just after 1 or 2 coils, it's in. You can feel, you know it, how many windings you have to add. And this is now the same with the smaller coil, the inner coil. We also made the capacitors with it. Also, if there are only 9 or 18 windings, you are pretty much quicker than with a screwdriver. Okay. This was the video about our coil winding machine. And now I show you some pictures which we took during we built our piece candle. This is the first layer you see on the left side. In the middle there is already the Berg crystal filled with Cu2 GaNs. And we also added the split capacitors into this layout. And we added the capacitors on every layer. You see in the middle the second layer, and on the right side the third layer. This is the same view from the bottom, from the upside. And this is a picture from the tops of two selected piece candles. And in the next step, I would like to show you it in the camera. I stop the share now. So I got the one here. We also made our own design here, and you can see the crystal over here looking out of these pipes, and we can also have a look inside. I will change the camera now. So, as you can see, the hole is duplicated, but this only because of the crystal. You see the hole inside, the 9 centimeter deep hole, and you see the split capacitors from the third layer. And we got another one here. This is the one with the natural grown crystal. It has two tops, and you can also see the hole in it and the split capacitors. Yeah, we got the chance here because in our team we got a cameraman and a professional cutter lady, and we got the chance here to write everything down we do. We set up a handbook in German, and we wrote down every single step to produce this MacRef. And it's well visited till now. We also added theory to it for people who never heard of the plasma thematic of the cache technology, so that they can dive into this topic, and that they can be picked up at some stages of their knowledge or of their feelings. Our MacRefs, we see our MacRefs as entities, and we live with them. And as we saw today, there will be growth in the family of devices in our households, and we are looking forward to adding all this new knowledge in form of devices. I can show you briefly the site. I have to share the screen again. This is a screenshot from our handbook, which we wrote in German. It's on the internet site plasmaenergy.org. And
can you please send this to the Keshe Foundation, the link?
Yes, of course.
That we link you with the Keshe Foundation website directly as German Keshe Foundation translation, because you've done a lot of beautiful work that for our German friends who come on site, they can click into and learn it in German. You should know that all the 3 books now fully translated into German. And in a short time, very soon, we'll release all 3. One has been published, but we have some problem in the background with the distributor. It should be resolved. But the Keshe Foundation Germans, all 3 have been translated and we added on the website of the Keshe Foundation. These things, the works you've done is fantastic. I congratulate you. It's amazing what you've done. But to help the German community, please send the link to the Keshe Foundation and we add you as part of the German at keshefoundation.org, that a lot of people can learn from it direct.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
There is another thing. We work in parallel on the health device with the helmet, and if it's okay, we show you our progress. It's not ready, but what we've done so far is gonna change to the camera again. We already produced and drilled the helmet, and of course we already made with our coil winding machines the windings for the helmet and the windings for the body device.
Can I have a look at your helmet, please? Can you bring it forward? We can see.
Wait a bit, I can switch the camera.
It's too close. I've done this many times. I know what you've done.
Too close?
It's too close. Yeah. I've done this many times. The helmets we made. Okay, that's perfect. You have 6 holes on either side.
I have 6 holes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. This is very nice.
And we already produced the coils for the body part, and you see behind me there is the holder, the housing, and we decided to produce it totally out of copper because we want to nanocoat it with fire then, and we place then this coils over here. You can see it. Also with copper screws. So we try only to use copper, and this plastic stuff we couldn't replace. And we decided, yeah, this is a small design of it.
Can we see your team behind you? Most probably they are there. Can you see?
I don't know if they like to.
Why not? You've done such a gorgeous job.
Okay. This is Sonia.
We don't see you're on your desk camera.
And Gerhard.
You
sorry.
have to change.
Okay.
Hello.
This is Sonia and Gerhard. And yeah, this is 2/3 of our team.
Thank you very much for your hard work. I just had the privilege to see the what you call the Persian German Keshe Foundation, which was very surprising for me.
Okay.
The Iranian Keshe Foundation in Germany have got their own team, and the others are working in the same way. And it's very nice to see how Germany is going ahead with this thing. It's very nice. The Austrians and the Germans, and I think the only people getting left behind is the 1 or 2 countries in Europe. It's fantastic.
What we also thought is, that was Sonia's idea, how we could fix the coils at the helmet, and she found such pudding forms in which this coils fit perfectly, and that's why we decided to use these pudding forms, not just for the reason that one looks at this helmet is starting to laugh. It's also a part of becoming health, I guess. And we decided then to put this pudding forms on these plastic holders, and that's our way of fixing the coils on the helmet.
The Martian Man.
Yeah, you could say so.
It's fantastic. As you know, Renan has explained before. Renan, have you managed to get the authorization to start testing in the hospital in Philippines yet?
Sir, it is good news. We have already a go signal to bring the device in the community service hospital this coming Saturday. And hopefully we're gonna have a set up by Tuesday to do the actual testing for the patient, and we can have our early presentation with you on that day, so that we can do the actual procedures with your instructions.
So you got the authorization to start testing in the hospital now?
Yes, sir. We have already the text already. Yeah, we will have set up. Thank you, sir.
That's fantastic. So you got to ask your authorities in Austria if they allow you to do the same.
Okay.
There is something which is we have to explain for the European community developers. Keshe Foundation has a license to produce these medical systems under alternative certification of the health in Europe. We have a license from Naturopathica of the Belgium for production of these units to be used by medical doctors. So the ones who are medical doctors can use it. And we have released a copy of the certification before. And I am a, what do you call it, whatever, member of the Naturopathic of Belgium. I think if the member of the Keshe Foundation who is a student online and is a member of Naturopathica, he can explain to you. In a way, we have a license to produce these systems if doctors wants to use it. The health equipment of the Keshe Foundation, or my work, has been authorized to be used in EU. There is no, if any doctors who wants to test them, because you're developing them under my technology teaching, doctors can use as an alternative, and it's been insurance underwritten by the organization. His name is Willem. Is he there? He's usually online. Wim, are you online from Belgium, Naturopathica? He's usually online. He used to attend most of the teaching. He's the secretary of the Naturopathica. It's a body of the alternative medicine organization in Belgium. And we have a permission, we have a license. So if any doctors in Austria wants to use it to know if it can be done, when a license given in one part of the Europe, the rest can, they can use it. We can transfer the rights because it's part of the Keshe Foundation technology. So if you find any doctors who want to test this across Europe, we have received, we have had it for nearly 5 or 6 years plus. It's authorization, it's a license used to be on the offices of the Keshe Foundation in Belgium. So if you finish your system and you want to test it, let us know. We ask Naturopathica to send you a copy of the certification. In EU, you're allowed to do it as an alternative, accepted as alternative medicine, and you're legally within the framework of EU.
Okay. There is one question left for us concerning the coating of the coils of the helmet or of the whole health application, because we like to coat it with fire, and there is the question which is the right direction to coat these coils, because they are other connected than the coils from the Magrav.
It's the same way.
It's the same way. Okay.
The same way that you understand which way it could be.
Okay.
One of the easy ways to do it is just don't forget how you turn it. One goes the other way, and then you roll it, and it has to be the opposite way. That it becomes as the original side.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you who watched the firing video where it was explained how you nano coat with the fire was the hand and the voice of Vernie, who was teaching us today.
Yeah, we got this direction also on our website, when it's the same like for the Magrav. So it's over here.
It's fantastic.
There are both slides.
Let me explain. Hopefully within the next few weeks, hopefully, we know very soon, the machine you showed to making the coils.
Mm-hmm.
One of us Keshe Foundation supporters in Canada has more or less built a system that it can wind and nano coat.
Yes.
Of it firing. That is an automatic system. We hopefully, Jeff DuPont, if you're on the line, you can show your system if you want after this.
Did you say wind and nano coat in one process?
Yes.
Okay.
We will. This system will go for sale on the Keshe Foundation website. Hopefully, we can finish it. It's all one. Spend a lot of time on it. We finance part of it. It's shareholding of the Keshe Foundation with the Canadian Keshe Foundation. So we will show, if Jeff DuPont is online, he can show it for the first time. That we all see. This is a commercial unit for making and nano coating, and you can go on the Keshe Foundation website to purchase it. Carry on, please.
Okay, and the last question is for the helmet. Which GaNs we have to select? CO2 GaNs for the whole.
CO2 and zinc only.
Okay. Yeah.
We use copper when there is a muscle tissue, because the copper is a transmission of the neural system in the red tissue. We don't have nerves. In the brain of the man, we don't have red tissue. So you have to be very careful when you produce these coils, that you stay, even if you can find or use zinc wiring to make the coil. It'll be 100 times better than using copper coils for the helmets. If you can use this, because the zinc is a combination of, when you bring the copper into the winding for the helmet, you can create a field which is not used by the brain. But why we use the copper and CO2 and the zinc as a GaNs is because the power switch. Yes.
Sorry, these are the other.
No problem. No problem. We all have them and we all love them. Without them, we don't know how much what love is, and unconditional love comes from animal. What we suggest is, if you are using psychosomatic conditions, always use copper and zinc and CO2. But if you're dealing with, you see, we are right. He says yes. If you're using what you call for only the brain, like seizures, like epilepsy, when you use it for systems like Alzheimer's, use zinc wire only.
Okay.
This copper zinc is good for Psycho-7 because you connect the emotion, the brain, with the copper, which is with the physicality. If you are going for specific mental or psychological conditions, do not ever use a copper winding.
Okay.
It's very important. Use a zinc wires and make sure there is no copper in that vicinity. But because we're introducing a system to connect with the brain, you need that copper connection, copper winding. It's very important for those of you who make systems. Never use the systems which is copper winded for mental conditions.
Okay.
Thank you. Carry on.
There is only one last question remaining. It's theoretically a question. It's about the way of coating a copper, because we already held a teaching here in Austria, and we tried to pick up our audience on different stages of knowledge or emotions, and we found it very useful to implement some scientific studies. And there are two types of studies who deals with how the nanocoating layer can be built or are built. There, which I found, there are the ones who say after heating it up with a gas at a special temperature, there are growing these nanowires on which there are crystals on them, and others say these are no nanowires, this is a graphene layer. And what I would like to know from you is, what is your opinion about, or does it depend on the way of nanocoating? Maybe nanowires grow with fire, and the graphene layer grows with the chemical way of coating.
They both grow in both conditions.
Okay.
What we see is totally dependent on the condition and the composition of the copper. This is what we've seen up to now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the way the copper is extruded, the way the copper is even heated when you do the both side. With you got to realize you create a heat in a caustic, a spectrum of heat, and that is why you get different compositions of the structure of the nanomaterial. Because once you create a nanomaterial, every heating creates its own enforcement on the shape and the size of the nano layer. So you get both.
Okay.
And you got to understand what's the difference between a graphene and what you call sp2 and sp3, and how the structure is seen. Depends on the freedom of the copper according to its environment. What environment you did, how you do it. A lot of you haven't done a test. There is a test you can do. You'll have a fantastic pleasure with it. Is that to make a caustic, nano coated, put the copper plate or copper wire in a caustic. The minute you put it in at high temperature, and just take it out and dip it in a freezing cold water, you see a totally different structure. And put it back in the caustic the way it was in the boiling caustic. This gives you a layer of sp3. It's the first time I disclosed this because I gave assurance to what they call diamond bourse in Antwerp. You can actually watch and grow diamond, pure diamond. But you got to do it. You got to replicate the creation as it's created in the universe or in the condition. How does diamond grow? How do we get diamond on your fingers? What I call the ladies love so much. You get a high pressure gas pressurizing the carbon up, and then when it comes up to the top in the cool, it just crystallizes. It bubbles, it opens, and then it crystallizes. So you do the same repeat. To make what I call sp3, this is how you do it. You replicate the environment. You put your copper in a hot, just when you put the caustic in, at that heat you take it out and dip it in the cold freezing water and dip it back in the hot water. And then if you get everything right, you see diamond structure growing. Because when you go in, you can even use salt in the cooling water. When you go in, when you come out, you allow the growth and you freeze it. In that process, in the air, you carry some carbon with you and you see the structure of the pure diamond. Absolutely flawless. And if you can do this on the control way, you can grow as much diamond as you like. But you got to replicate it. There is nothing wrong with what you show, which one is right or wrong. If you do this with a torch heating up and then putting in the cold water, you see the layers of nano layer just splashes off. You collect nano material at the bottom. If you do it with electric, it's the same. But in the replication of the heat, as happens in the nature, if you use a caustic and you get it right, it takes a lot of practice to do it. You dip, you put your copper wire even, you add a caustic to it, it heats up as it goes at the highest temperature, you take it out, you dip it in a what do you call it, in a cold water. You can add the connection of the wire to it that you create the CO2 which becomes, and you start producing pure diamond. It's absolutely flawless D. And I know that I used to use in the work in diamond bourse. The diamond bourse people wanted, when they tested the first diamonds, they wanted me to explain to them how I produce it. And being in that, I gave a guarantee we'll never disclose it. But now everything has broken the structure. People are producing it. You see graphene and graphite. Now you know how you produce it. You produce graphene in a replication of the Earth. Carbon, which comes through the volcanic eruption under pressure, it blows up and it just opens up like it's a popcorn. In fact, there is no difference with a diamond and a popcorn. Created the same. That's all. We value the carbon more than the corn. That's all it is. So it opens up, and we know this is correct because if you've been in the diamond business, can I share a screen with you? If you can let me share, I'll explain to you. You have to stop sharing and then we come back again.
Okay, I stopped it.
Okay, you stopped it. What I'm going to do is show you what happens. In the, say, I want to find a new save. Then draw circuit. Okay. What happens, this is you can do, because you showed me a crystal you were drilling there. It will be very effective the way you're working, especially for the activities for the brain, if you understand the future. What happened, you heat up a pan with the oil and you put the popcorn in it. You put the corn seeds in it. When it comes to temperature, you get the seed, the hard bit, and the rest opens up. It's the same thing with the diamond. When we find a diamond, doesn't matter what shape it is, we always find a seed in the center. The seed depends how it is. If you see you have a popcorn, when the hard bit is in one corner and the hard seed is in that one side, this happens exactly to carbon. If the carbon gets heated to a certain degree, it pops, and it only happens in a volcanic eruption. That's why we see diamond only near the old, what do you call it, volcanic sites and the rivers. And so what we do in diamond business, we see this one and the corn are exactly the same. We're trying to find a place where one of these is better than one in the center, because then you have to cut it across the center of the diamond. And then we cut this part of it, we cut it out, and this becomes the part we use. And so in so many ways, you do the same thing. You heat up, you create a condition of copper. You can produce any color diamond you like. But you see the changes, you see the graphite or graphene according to how you cool it. So all you need, you take it up, and when you submerge it, you do exactly like this. The popcorn comes, it explodes. When it comes up, it freezes, it takes its shape. That instantaneous of heat on one side and cool on the other side, it opens it up. So you do the same thing, and you can produce layers and layers of diamonds of different colors. Russian diamond market in the past few months or past few years have produced diamond in a very different way. You see very strange color diamonds. They have patented it, but unfortunately, as I can tell you, the patent worth not much. They are doing it. What they do, they buy very cheap diamonds, and these cells sits somewhere. In the past, in the diamond business, what we used to do, we used to drill, wash it, and then cap it. And we used to fill this side with the silicon. When you take the diamond in the hand, when you see the beautiful one wearing a very expensive diamond, you cannot fool a jeweler, a man who works in the diamond. Because if you look at it, what you see, the light hits at the point of the silicon, and what you get rainbow. If you take a diamond in your hand, you see a rainbow in it, is a false diamond. It's been cleaned up. So now what is a new technology which has come with the Russians in the work of the diamond? The color of a diamond comes from the gases which is interrupting it. If you have certain material, it looks pink. If you have certain gases, it looks blue or whatever. That's why it's limited, because it's always created under certain condition pressure. What the Russians have done now is they buy diamonds around about $10, $20 cheap, and then they condition in a gas condition it's a gas conditioned plasma, and they literally empty these backwards, but they still leave some residual, and these residual, because are a different composition, are creating new red, blue, and diamond we see. So they put the diamond in a vacuum, high vacuum space chamber, and they suck the gases out in a very specific way. So you don't see any indentation on the stone, but you see the seeping, very slow process of seeping. The thing finds its way out. And in that process, because of the mixture of the colors, they try to use a single mother type thing. It creates a new stone colors. If you by accident cut this out, you get a white stone. Any pink, blue, expensive diamond is just because of the gas mixture which is in it. It's the reflection of the light through the gases. So what you explain, which one, who's correct, who's not correct? Now you can produce as much graphene as you like. And if you allow it to grow the right way, as it happens in volcanic eruptions, you can produce all colors of diamond as you like. So nobody's wrong. It's the process and the temperature, understanding the structure of how carbon is created in the universe and how diamond is created. Diamond is a popcorn carbon. So how would you like the thing to pop, your nano material? To pop, you need to heat it up and cool it rapidly. Voila, you have graphene. Nobody is wrong, but nobody ever understood this process. As usual, we explained for the first time. Now you understand?
Yeah, thanks for digging deeper.
It is how it is. This is how the knowledge shared. We know, we share. Okay, anything else you want to show us?
No, that
Thank
was
you
our
very
last
much.
question.
Thank you very much. Please go to the Keshe Foundation webmaster, send the link of your website. We're putting all the websites back on the link that of different cultures and nationalities come in. There's an announcement we make within next couple of weeks. Keshe Foundation donation teaching is going open worldwide. What it means, we take the 1,000 tuition fee away. We put €100 limit. African nations will take it free. Within the next 2 weeks, the Keshe Foundation in the background, now that the websites are sorted, Carlos and Alec, what do you call it? Stanley and Vince will bring as we promised. So to do this, we need you German teachers, your Dutch, Italians, to set up the teaching as fast as possible. So if we get the students who comes to German teaching, you'll be, what do you call it, they'll be passed on to you to add to it. So you can start teaching in German. There's a huge support in Germany. So start putting yourself together. On the other hand, Keshe Foundation Italy in teaching language is up and going. I think we can have Giovanni online. Mr. Giovanni, are you there? Or has he fallen asleep?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning. Giovanni, what is our position with the Keshe Foundation Italy?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, I sent it to you just now, all the program.
Okay, what is it? What is the program? What is going? Are we going to have the first online Keshe Foundation and Institute in Italy using the Barletta?
Yes, I probably starting with the online teaching in the first step, and
when
after.
Are you going to do it? When are you going to do it?
When am I going to do it? Wow.
When the Italians can start learning Keshe
Probably
Foundation
the
Italian
next month, Mr. Keshe. Next month, I think.
in March.
Yes, yes. The 1st of March we can start. If you give me okay, I move immediately.
Yes, you can move immediately, Mr. Giovanni. Thank you very much
Yes,
for all your support.
check the program, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. You decided it's your country, and we gave you the gift of the center, so you can enroll in different languages. I know the Germans want to do it. The Spanish are there, so we are reaching what we promised. So, still the teachings in African nations stays the same. We add the free teaching to South American continent too now. South Americans are in that position. Slowly when we go to the teaching of the station in different countries like India, we'll make all the teachings the same structure. Thank you very much for teaching us. It was a fantastic, I enjoyed seeing that drilling. It helps a lot. But from next month, if you're Italian, we have a huge support in Italy. You can learn the whole technology taught by the Italians, the masters like Giovanni, who's going around the Italy to teach. Now he opens the center to the students, all on the same basis at €100 online. Those of you who paid 1,000 do not come back and say, I want a refund. That was the offer that time. Now what you contributed allowed us to come forward, so it's part of your donation to humanity. Those of you who want to teach in different languages, please approach the Keshe Foundation. Now we start facilitating in your own language. You need somebody to monitor. If you want to start with 1 or 2 days a week teaching or evening teaching, everything is possible, as long as we can teach and go ahead. Any other interesting subject?
Well, we've had someone waiting for a while. Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
I'd like to add something, if you don't mind, Dr. Keshe. And also, I have one question that might be for you to enlighten us all, including myself, if you don't mind, sir.
Carry on.
Yes. Online lately, I've been introducing some very strange knowledge from the intelligence about a tree mat graph, where the tree can be, you can drill a hole into it, like from the branch, and add GANs and ashes into it. And then once it's dry, we can put olive oil or coconut oil I just want to know, I try it and activate it and I can feel plasma and it interact with me. Can you enlighten us?
First of all, you never use a copper oxide on any tree.
Okay, go on, sir.
Let me explain to you why. Copper is connected with the red blood cells, what I call horizontal people, and the what you call vertical people, what we call trees, because they are living entity, they are more intelligent than us. They, when you put a copper oxide in a tree, it literally is like poisoning it, because it uses the same amino acid, but it's connected to the magnesium. When you introduce copper, especially at that level, on it, you literally kill the tree.
Okay. How about just the tree branch itself? We
Why
cut
do
it.
you need to do that? Why do you have to harm a person? Would you like me to drill a hole in your body?
No, sir.
So why do you do it to the others?
Well, because many people that didn't have ability to make the maggraph, and also they say they couldn't get a seashell to make the maggraph, and the only solution was, well, they can take a dead tree branch, cut off a tree branch, and try it to prove that plasma is real. So I run it through the intelligence to say, just give that to them, and they can find out for themselves. So I've been
If
spreading.
you're talking about the dead tree, it's a different matter. But if you're talking about the live tree, there is a big question.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about dead trees, sir. A dead, like, dead tree branch that you found.
I don't know. We tested. It's got to be. Everybody is doing everything possible. In the coming time, in next week, don't forget, next Thursday is a agriculture blueprint day.
Yes, sir.
That has to do with the contamination. A lot of people, we're going to see a lot of things. I've seen some reports this morning coming from Ghana. They are working, Benjamin is working in the background heavily on that side. Hopefully we get some reports for other people around the world who do the agriculture.
I've got a report coming up next from David Contreras, unless you want to...
what is it? About agriculture?
Yeah, about agriculture, yes.
That's for next week. Put it on
planting.
to the next week, which is a blueprint agriculture. Because we had one in the 3-year teaching yesterday, a gentleman from Kenya who was done with potatoes. We show that on the Thursday teaching next week on agriculture.
Yeah, I think David is doing a big wheat harvest, wheat planting rather.
We know the Chinese are very heavy into the agriculture testing. We've seen it last Christmas or last year. And we need, if the Chinese colleagues are there, to bring all those kind of research you've done back on the table. You see it. Let me ask you something while we're at this subject. Please try to attend from every nationality and bring all your results with you. You never know what you might enlighten in the others. We've seen it today. One of our research center guys thought the GANs of lead was taking too much energy, and they wanted to saw the light in it, that it develops a new system. You never know. Our knowledge is not complete, but the human race is a total. We are enlightening each other totally. So bring everything you can. Don't be worried about the customs. Don't be worried about anything else. These systems.
Okay, so we can use the dead branch and it will be okay. So thank you, Dr. Cash.
You're welcome. Understand the problem. The problem is the limitation we put on ourselves. So when you come on 21st, come with two things: that you come to unite humanity and come to share the knowledge with humanity. And that's all we're asking for.
Yes, sir. That is our family.
I know. Please make all your bookings, because we will face a condition that we have to make some restrictions on the entry. But the first 500 stands. If you're coming as a family, husband and wife, please take the option of one single room, which is 1500. We will not allocate a room of 2 to a husband and wife, because then it takes 2 spaces from the individuals from around the world who want to become one part of. Some of you are asking, you want to bring your children. With the greatest of pleasure. We make accommodation for that. We already have allocated a number of rooms for 3, which the child have a spare bed, will be opened up in the room for. We are trying to accommodate every possibility. Don't forget, you come to one of the most beautiful sites in the world. One of the most beautiful hotels made for man to enjoy. It's called Atlantis. It's the lost city. Maybe we find the city and bring back peace to humanity. There is a huge possibility that we will have world leaders with us. We will check security, not us, the governments will start security checking too. We have provided a list of number of people who've been around Keshe Foundation and they're causing problems. Even this morning I had a communication. We are making sure you cannot come in. Not us, the governments are doing. And those of you who made threats, all your emails, all the ones in the German-speaking language who make all the threats and everything, and in Belgium, and your communication to the German in US, all you start getting knock on your doors in coming time. The family is responding to the abusers. One thing which is important, try to start the process of understanding the connection between yourself and your soul through running of the reactors, especially Maglev systems. Because when you come here, you will understand the reason. Try to understand why, what is your purpose in your life before you come here. Try to understand what you can contribute in respect of your language, your health, and your financial position. If you come here, you don't know till the moment it comes if you're going to be a member of the council. So don't forget, we will not look at your color, your shape, your size. We look in what language you speak, that you can bring the participation of those who understand you thoroughly, can bring as a, what I call a flower to the bouquet, that it can help all of us. It'll be a fantastic time. We're planning it that way, but please make sure anything you do, any booking you do it as early as possible, that it allows us to know what we need to do in the background to make it comfortable for you to enjoy the time. We passed 2,900. We have to stop. There is no more capacity within the structure of Atlantis to allow you. 2,900 is the maximum, and we see it be filled up in the time now that we start the promotion this week. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, Caroline wanted me to announce about the workshop that Mike has, a little more details about that. A few people are asking about that. Would that be okay to read off about that?
Is that the workshop in Hawaii?
Yes, right. Let me
I think that. Yes, okay. Let me ask you some. Let me tell you something. I think we should make a link somewhere on the Keshe Foundation, events at Keshe Foundation, where people can come in and put in there what events are in their countries, where it is that you can tick. You see if there is a Keshe Foundation meeting. We should do that. I think it's necessary that we put events at keshefoundation.org or .com or whatever we use on the website.
Yeah, I think we have that lined up. That's right.
That people can come in next August. We have a meeting in Germany, or we meet every Tuesday in Austria, or whatever, that people can come and learn.
Okay, so.
Pardon?
Keshe Foundation TV can advertise on our website too.
I cannot hear you.
I said Keshe Foundation TV.
TV?
Yes. It's like
we are
video.
working on it. We are working on it. The station is there in Italy if you want to take it, we are supposed to take it. But the other developments that we might use, there's a lot of things happening, hopefully, which will be announced. Don't forget, we're trying to bring the Keshe Foundation Center in the organization of worldwide operation. So the bank and the station is the last two. We are bringing now a promotion group in. Lord Stewart, from who lives in New Zealand, has accepted to take over the Keshe Foundation promotion worldwide. He's a member of the British aristocracy by family from the House of Lords, and he has accepted promotion of the Keshe Foundation as the products and the others, and the production of the materials for Aborigines in Australia. We thank you for you joining us, the foundation, and become your lordship to the Keshe Foundation family. Any other question?
I could read the thing for Mike here, I suppose. You are invited to partake in humanity's next quantum leap as we gather on the beautiful island of Kauai and collectively extend ourselves to the understanding of that which provides life and love to us all, that which has no limits, infinity, that which is willing to extend itself in any way, shape, or form within all known parameters and possibilities. We invite you to join us on a journey into the world of plasma. During this 3-day workshop, Mike Najaf will teach everyone how to unlock the energy of the universe. We will learn how this information relates to our human bodies and the world around us so that we can co-create with the intelligence and power of plasma. This will be a hands-on workshop where each person will build their own universal plasma free energy device while also learning how this device can be applied and extended to all aspects of our lives. We will be learning how to harness the energy of plasma to create freedom, sovereignty, and abundance for our lives. Mike Najaf is coming to share his gifts and knowledge with the island. With plasma energy, there are no limits. Power, transportation, health, environment, agriculture, space exploration. Come and be a part of humanity's quantum evolution through a revolutionary living technology presented and gifted to all who make the commitment to attend with an open heart and mind. Our future is bright, the time is now. One race, one nation, one planet, cost per person $100. And workshop details, it gives where it's in North Shore, Kauai in Hawaii. And it gives directions here as you can read on the screen if you need to. What to bring, desire for peace on earth, and a pair of needle-nose pliers in your lunch for the weekend sessions. And that's Friday, February 12th, with an introduction in the evening, and Saturday, February 13th, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Sunday, February 14th, same. And this Mike is offering the workshop twice, and it gives more dates for February 19th, February 20th, and 21st. The workshop is for everyone, and this workshop requires no special skills or scientific background. We invite all who feel called to attend, all who feel passionate to pioneer and create positive change in our world. We are in exciting times, and if you feel resonance in your heart, please follow your guidance and join us as equals. Okay, well, that's that one. Thank you to Mike. There's other questions and so on, Mr. Keshe, but
we see Keshe Foundation words and ethos well put out without the name of the Keshe Foundation. And this is what I see wrong with the people who try to promote their own work on the back of the front of the Keshe Foundation. These kind of things will bring the isolation and separation in the foundation. And this is what is gonna happen with the people in the Keshe Foundation. When you do things, bring it as one family. Any other thing?
Okay, thank you for that guidance. Well, like I said, Mr. Kesh, I think there might be other things here. I'm not sure exactly if anyone has anything else to show right now.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for today. Whatever you have to show, whatever you want to show, whatever you want to share, we're giving more and more platform in teachings. Even in in the second course teaching yesterday, the knowledge seekers are very much more educated than the first knowledge seekers because they learn more on the teachings, open teachings. So part of the teachings is becoming you teaching us or what you're doing. If there is anything we can help, we can support, let us know, and we'll see what we can do and how we can support you to teach in your country, in your language. We call it a day, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. Have a nice weekend.
Mr. Kesh, do you want to give out the website where they go to register for the Dubai event? Because a lot of people on Tuesday don't show up. They show up on the Thursday workshop.
What, for what?
For the Dubai event.
What is that? The link should be on the front page of the Keshe Foundation. It's somewhere at the bottom in the shops. It should be in all the Keshe Foundations. The front. Where would it be done? When would it be ready? Is it the one which is getting done by the team in the Hollywood? Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for all your work in the background, Kevin Blundell, and as I said, Lord Assure your Lordship, we welcome you to the Keshe Foundation. And the team will work together to promote and develop the marketing side that allows the financing of the teachings around the world. As I said, we see approaches of what we call royal families and elite of society who are contacting us in different ways to be able to see what are the opportunities without them being in the background or to be known, but now they want to be known. They made the first approach. We welcome you. Doesn't matter what position you're at the end of the day, we are all humans and we're here to serve. And maybe with what we see in the royal families trying to join the Keshe Foundation in different ways, we can speed up the process. Those of you who are worried about the situation in the US and the earthquakes around the world, even in Iran, we have to stand to make most probably to be tested now. So do not blame yourselves in any shape or form if anything happens, but take solace in that we are there as one family. We see it through. Humanity will survive this what they call this change of the mood of what I call the mother planet. It might happen in the coming days, it might happen in coming months, but as it comes slowly, bit by bit, we'll survive it, we'll stand it. But our job as Keshe Foundation is to be ready for it, to have everything ready that we can be there when it's needed. I encourage you to start testing spaceship system structure. I encourage you to build as many systems as you can. In the health section, build as many pads as you can. And maybe we finish with a very good news. Those of you who did not attend on Tuesday with Alex, if you suffer from, or you know somebody who's suffering in not being sharing love with a child that they cannot get pregnant or whatever, we have seen the first results of the test in Africa, that if you use the CO2 pads, it gives you change of the condition in the womb that possibly you can get pregnant to give your love to what you love to live. So we've been through it. Please go through the Teaching of Tuesday workshop on the international workshop. And if you know somebody who's been looking and gone through every process or going through test tube conditions and tests, what we call it, to have babies, a single patch can do a lot of wonders. And we've seen the first Keshe Foundation baby being conceived this way in Africa. So all you need to do, put the CO2 GANs on a tissue, put in a sealed bag, put one in the front and on the back of the womb, and let it change the condition of the womb. And then use it for a few nights or a few days till you feel comfortable with it. At the same time, what we've seen is done in Africa. They put a CO2 in a glass tube or in a tube, in a plastic tube, putting it around their hip and walking. Small one you can put in your pocket. It's changed the environment, and we've seen the first, what I call a space child, born out of the space technology. We'll see her when most probably, or him when he's born. But we had the good news because we advised it had to be done and the result was correct. And we've seen pregnancy in less than 2 months. But as we say with Alex, we were laughing, there is a warning for the papas because the mothers have become too sexually active. Be careful what you are doing and be ready for active life in both ends with a child and a wife. Have a wonderful time. Enjoy your time. We'll see you next week. And don't forget, please register for the event in Dubai as fast as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keshe, and thank you for the last 99 workshops plus as well. It's been quite a journey so far, and it's still a lot more to go, but we're well on the way.
You are the voice of the foundation teaching, and I thank you for starting it.
Well, you're very welcome. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much indeed. See you on Tuesday afternoon teaching.
Okay, and we'll end the workshop with the One Planet, One Nation, One Race video with the voice of Mr. Keshe overlaid on it here. That was the 100th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
There are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils, double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. will still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.